Are we recording? All right, something's going on with the backup recorder. So of course it is. All right, backup recorder is going. So, Mr. Chair, we are good to go whenever you are.
Fantastic. This is the call to order. This is the German Village Commission hearing. Today is June 3rd, 2026. The time is 4:05 p.m. We're here at 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 204. The next business meeting will be Wednesday, June 14th, 2026 at 12 noon, here at 111 North Front Street, third floor, room 303, different floor, different room. The next hearing will be Wednesday, July 1st, 2026 at 4 p.m. 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 204, same room, same place. I will go ahead and swear in staff. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your name?
Kimberly Bernard Sheehy.
Thank you. I'll take a moment to welcome our newest commissioner, Cynthia Hunt. And we'll go ahead and have introductions. So start on my right this week.
Effie Ian. Karen McCoy.
Anthony Hartke, Chair.
Edward Thiel.
Rachel Schultz.
Cynthia Hunt.
Ready? Are there any items for public forum?
Not today.
No items for the forum. Moving on to the approval of minutes from last meeting, May 6, 2026.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the meeting minutes from May.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Looks like we're missing a step here. The ratification of the staff approvals. Staff approvals begin on page 7 of your agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I have no recusals.
None. None here. I have one recusal, COA 2600381-596 South 6th Street.
And I have two recusals, COA 2600374, which is 369 Jackson Street, and COA 2600365, 581 Lather Street.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the staff ratification, or ratify the staff approvals.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Moving on to the COAs, the staff recommended applications. First one is COA 2600343-931 Mohawk Street.
If the applicant is here and wants to move up.
Sure.
So this, or do we swear them in first?
Swear in, then we'll
Yes.
read it in.
I'm all ready to go and forgetting
Sure.
steps. I'm sorry.
Rearing to go. Once you're settled, have a seat, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. And your name? Thank you. Hit the button on your mic till the light turns green. Bingo. There we go.
All right, this application is to remove the existing paver patio and concrete walkway at the rear and side of the house, replace the rear patio with natural bluestone patio with the clay brick walkway, install brick window wells, and install steel reinforced concrete base and piers to frost depth for future masonry grill surround, and install the following plant material: the Franz Fontaine hornbeam, the green giant arborvitae, and the Hixie taxus. The application is for commission review based on the proposed grill surround. HPO staff finds the proposed work is consistent with other rear yard work in the neighborhood. Staff recommends approval of the application with any and all clarifications submitted to staff prior to review for issuance of a certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvement, specifically A. City Code 3116.11, these standards for alteration, specifically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. and the German Village guidelines on porches and stoops.
Anything else to add?
Nope, I think that covers everything.
All right, questions, comments from the commission?
I just had one comment, and it had to do with the landscape. And the landscape plan had specified 2 green giant arborvitae.
Yes.
I was concerned about the width of that bed. Typically, those can get 12 feet wide and very tall,
Mhm.
which means the owner's going to have to be shearing them all the time because the bed looks to be, I don't know, maybe 5 feet wide at most.
Yeah, we will maintain that and keep them maintained and sheared and
Okay, I just wanted to bring it to the
Yep.
attention.
Any other questions or comments?
Motion?
I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 26003439331 Mohawk Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Moving on to item number 2, COA 2600380 Burger Alley. You're settled. If you raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? In your name?
James Kenny.
Thank you.
This application is an update to the previous approval of COA 2500103. This is to rotate the previously approved stairs to come directly off the existing door. The applicant has submitted updated materials to address the design previously covering the water table and proposed cheek walls. The rendering and site plan do not match as the number of stair treads differ. An elevation drawing should be submitted prior to the issuance of a certificate, and staff recommends approval of the application with the conditions that the top of the stairs do not cover the sill water table, no cheek wall on the new step stoop, and updated drawings are submitted to staff prior to issuance of a certificate. And basis for recommendation is CD Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvement, specifically A and B, as well as the German Village guidelines regarding walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, and the German Village guidelines on fences and walls.
All right, anything else to add?
No.
Questions, comments from the commission?
My only question is, where is the top tread going to be relative to the water table, which,
Right, that's what she was mentioning. I sent updated drawings so it's below the water table.
okay, but can you go back to the photograph? Not that one. So there's no real water table there.
I thought it's the ledge below the door there.
Door sill.
That's door sill. So, water table typically is a dressed stone band, which the back of your house doesn't have. So looking for clarity on where this is actually gonna end
I
up.
mean, just right at the bottom.
So that's tuck underneath that, okay, that's all I'm looking for.
I was wondering, I know the previous submission, you don't have the cheek wall on the stairs, and now the next page showing,
Right,
Big
that
wall.
drawing's been updated, so those are no longer there per the recommendation. So I
Okay.
just couldn't revise I couldn't add the new pictures to the application, was that issue.
okay, so no cheek wall, but the handrail will be mounted on the stairs. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
So if we're looking at the changes that or the differences that it's the number of stairs, it's the water table, it's the sheet wall, what else?
Those were the main ones. Specifically, the number of treads was a little concerning with the
I
difference.
just want to make sure we supply the applicant with the information so he can get it right when he resubmits.
Right, I think it all should be accurate now and updated.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2600380 Burger Alley, I move to approve as submitted and clarified that the top tread will tuck underneath the door sill and there will be no cheek walls.
And correct number of risers.
Right. Correct number of treads,
And
steps.
final drawings, details submitted to staff.
Yes.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
Triple choice.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
you.
Just a reminder to the commissioners to make sure you're speaking into the microphone so the audience can hear us when we're talking. Thanks. Excuse me. Moving ahead to item number 3, this starts the continued applications. COA 2600217, 637 South 3rd Street. We have an applicant for 637 South 3rd Street. Right.
Looks like he just walked up the stairs.
He did just walk in. He's outside.
Do you
Barnes
want
is
me
out there.
to
Mhm.
go let him know he's up? Here, I'll step.
Mr. Barnes.
All right. Once you're settled, if you raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And your name?
Jonathan Barnes.
Thank you very much.
Right, this application is to construct a new detached single-story two-car garage, and the existing curb cut would be remain with a new brick driveway to be installed. This also includes a variance request. The project is requesting consideration of a variance to reduce the north side yard setback for a garage from 3 feet to 1 foot in order to create proper separation between the garage and the existing residence. I've included the commissioner comments from the April 1st hearing. Commissioners requested that the location of the demolished garage is indicated on the site plan and substantiating photo documentation of the evidence of the demolished garage is included, as well as a Sanborn map was included, which would be the first page in the PDF. HBO staff believes the variance pertains to city code, I think I missed a number, but 3332.26 C2. Staff recommends splitting the application into the following. A being for the approval of the new detached garage as submitted with any and all clarifications submitted to staff for review prior to issuance of a certificate. And B, to recommend the recommendation of variances with the condition that the code section that is being varied is provided to staff. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvement, specifically A, as well as City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, specifically 1 through 12. We're not going to read all of those out. And the German Village guidelines regarding exterior considerations and the German Village guidelines regarding new buildings, specifically garages and outbuildings.
All right.
Take a motion.
Let's discuss the application first, then we'll split it and then take action on each. All right. Mr. Barnes, anything else to add?
Well, it's detached.
If you can, if you could speak in the microphone, sorry.
It's detached. As far, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? Just a 1-story now flat roof garage. As far as I know, that location on the site plan is the location of the previous garage. I mean, I just realized I had this photo. Can I just?
Is the commission willing to accept?
Like this.
Okay.
Shows you the foundation. I think it was the garage. So there's that. I think in terms of the variances, I mean, I've spoken with zoning and they're still determining that once I go to BZA, to go to BZA. I don't know that the side yard variance is actually required as a freestanding garage, because that's an exception to that rule, as long as it's doesn't occupy more than 45% of the rear yard, which it doesn't. But if you want to vote on it anyway, in case they won't want to entertain that, that's fine too. I guess my only other comment is more of a question. Now that this thing has become simpler and simpler and simpler, I guess I would like your opinion on whether this could, I mean, I think it works really well now. It's wood frame, so it's distinct from the house, et cetera. But what you would think of something that was maybe more utilitarian in aesthetic, as in some kind of a concrete block structure that you do see around town. I tried my best, and maybe I'm not done trying, to find that kind of sculpted, it looks like stone. It's not really very much like stone, but it's what the version in the 40s, they can actually cast it that way. Unless I can find a like abandoned structure somewhere where I can reuse it. I'm pretty sure they don't make it anymore, but I'm still trying. That would be, I think that would look great. In lieu of that, I mean, some kind of block, I guess I'd like your opinion on it.
All right. Questions, comments from the commission?
The sculpted block you're talking about was available a couple years ago, but if I remember correctly, it was expensive.
I'm sure it is. There's not much of it, but where did you saw it?
We had an applicant come in with it.
Really?
Yeah.
I try. Well, I'll keep trying.
I think
Anyway.
one place, Jonathan, that made it still.
Okay. But I'm happy to well, discuss anything else or vote on what you have in front of you.
Any issues with the design as shown? Any issues with a future alteration to change to a CMU block material if the applicant comes back with something?
I think if he comes back and wants to modify the COA.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm fine with it as proposed.
Me too.
I am also.
I have one question for the commission. The placement of the light fixtures. Typically, if this was a two single door garages, we'd have light fixtures centered over the garage doors. This is showing them over the very edge of the doors. Small detail, but I'll leave it up to the commission to determine. Any issues where placed?
I have none.
I don't have any.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm okay with
Here.
that too.
Here,
At
none.
least over the doors and not on the side.
Okay,
Split it?
let's go ahead and split it into the design and the variances, because we have to vote on variances if necessary. So is there a motion to split?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2600217-637 South Third Street, I move to split it into two. Item A is for the new construction COA, and item B is recommendation of the variances.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Application is split.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve item A, new construction as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? I will make a note of clarification from previous hearings. There was a garage structure located back here as shown by photo evidence. And there is no alley access, but the garage is placed towards the rear as instructed in the guidelines. All right, we'll take the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2600217-637 South Third Street, I move to ratify or recommend the variance pertaining to and based on HBO staff's recommendation, CC 332.26, for going from 3 foot to 1 foot on the side. Oh, the garage and the existing residence, I'm sorry.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Variance is recommended. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let us know if you find that block. All right, moving ahead to item number 4, COA 2600172-554 South 4th Street. While the applicant's coming up, anybody who is here to speak for the public on the next application for Livingston Avenue, make sure you get a speaker slip filled out and provided to staff, or you won't be speaking. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
In your name?
Jeff Kabbalah.
Right, this application is to modify the previous COA, COA 2500919, to remove the mansard style roof on the north elevation and construct a continuous paneled wall on the second story addition. I've included the commissioner's comments from the last meeting that this was held at. Apologies, I did not note that in the staff report. HPO staff was able to touch base with the Department of Building and Zoning regarding the interpretation of the code. Building and Zoning noted that due to the habitable space now being above the mansard roof, it's considered an extension of the existing wall, which is why it needs to be brought into compliance. Revised section drawing was requested by a commissioner, and section drawing of the existing roof configuration was added to the drawings. Staff recommends continuation of the application to allow for an updated design that would allow for the retention of the mansard roof. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, specifically 2 through 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12, as well as the German Village guidelines on additions.
Anything else to add?
I don't think so.
I have a question. When did the mansard roof go in?
That is a good question.
It was over 40 years.
Yes.
Because we
Yeah.
decided it was contributing.
Okay,
Yeah,
curious.
yeah.
Too bad.
Here's a question for the commission. If we see a potential for a design change that would allow for maintaining the mansard roof, if the reason for zoning code to require it to be straight is the fact that it's overhanging and the additional habitable space is causing this.
Is it that, or does it need to be fire resistance rated?
I think originally we were told that it had to be removed entirely. That was going to be one of my questions, is could we potentially fire rate that as well
Well,
and leave that?
based on your drawings, you're removing all the mansard roof, it appears, and rebuilding it completely all the way around. Is
That's what we're proposing now,
Yeah,
that it's been requested
yeah.
that at least the north side be removed.
But to do what you're doing, you're demolishing all the mansard roof and starting from the top of the garage going up and then re-establishing the mansard roof.
Right.
Which was not original, what I think we had approved.
Right, we thought we were just building on top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a different game.
So does the commission believe that they could approve, in theory, fire rating that if code is okay with it? Or is removing it altogether and rebuilding it a non-starter?
Well, here's the other piece. If that second story on the north side needs to be fire rated,
Yes.
everything supporting it needs to be fire rated also, which is that side of the garage.
Mhm.
Which would be putting a 2-hour rating and then siding over top of it,
It might
which
even be more than 2.
if, wish we had code here. If that facade is made vertical as shown, that lower portion still need to be fire rated due to proximity?
The lower portion of the second?
Yeah, so by cutting back the mansard roof,
Uh-huh.
making it just vertical, does it still have to be fire rated all the way to the foundation?
I mean, I would assume so.
But 2, it's too close.
I don't know. It seems to me like we can't really act on this until we understand
Yeah.
the code implication here. I mean, how do we deliver a decision without knowing, is the issue that it overhangs or is the issue that it needs to be fire rated? That seems, I don't know, fundamental to me.
Good points. I mean, from my point of view, the fact that it's becoming a habitable space up there
Mhm.
means it needs to be fire rated because of the proximity to the property line and the adjacent buildings. For that second floor to be fire rated, everything supporting it also has to be fire rated. So that it also resists
Mhm.
accordingly. And we just don't know that.
How do we get past that with, try not to drag this thing out into month upon month upon
Oh my
month?
God, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not fair to the applicant, it's not fair to the commission. How do we phrase this to make sure we get the answers we need to make a clear decision?
So here's the other hard question. By the way it's being constructed now, we are losing the historic fabric of the mansard roof and duplicating it. Which was not what we had thought about.
So I think, fortunately, the onus is on the applicant to provide us a method that we can vote in the affirmative on. And if tearing it all down just to rebuild it back to get the habitable space, I don't think you can get that approval from the commission. I think you need to work with code to determine what you can do to preserve what is there. And if habitable space makes that impossible, I think that's a nail in the coffin for what you want to do.
Okay.
It may be just a matter of,
Stepping it back.
or, well, I'm
Yeah.
thinking just making it habitable space. What that may require, they make you do to your existing garage may make it not cost effective for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing stuff out there for you to take into consideration.
Okay.
Yeah. Hate to be a downer, but yeah.
We want to say yes.
Yeah, we, oh God, we do. Yeah.
We
But-
did once.
Yeah, it was fine, but it's.
Yeah.
We've got code compliance throwing something in here we don't understand.
Right.
Well, it sounds like it's leading towards demolition and rebuilding, and then that's a whole different issue for us.
I mean, just to give you a concept, that stud wall, that north stud wall in the garage
Mm-hmm.
may not be able to be brought up to the appropriate fire resistance.
Right.
You may have to rebuild it in masonry. Whereas if you leave it alone, your grandfather did.
Okay.
So our steps moving forward, we can continue it again to allow you to noodle on some more.
Okay.
We can vote, and it'll probably get vote down, but that would open up avenues of appeal if that's the route you want to go.
Yeah.
I think those are our two options we have.
Okay. I was going to say, based on the conversations that staff has had, do we have any additional insight as to what code is specifying?
You look like you've got professional drawings.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who's providing those for you. They need to go up to code compliance and get a review and get a call from them exactly what code is going to make you do.
Okay.
That's what you need to do.
Because we've had that review. And I believe that we've supplied at least emails back to the commission, right?
Yes.
That we're talking about code said remove mansard completely because of location.
But do they need fire resistance rated construction, all that kind of stuff?
I don't recall if it was in there.
I don't think so, because I don't remember seeing the section of code or the reason for it. I think it was pretty bare bones from what I remember.
I recall it being, yes, very ambiguous as to,
My
But yeah.
recommendation, you just go up there with whoever's doing your drawings for you,
Mhm.
nail it before you get started.
gotcha.
Get a code review and get it documented.
Okay. Okay, because we have had the code review. That's where a lot of this came up.
Yeah,
in.
I would
So-
get it. I would get it.
So we're looking for documentation
Document,
of,
This is what.
this is the section we're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can do that.
And it might help when you're talking to them to say that the commission is opposed to demolishing what is there to build back
Yeah.
what can be done within feasible means to get there. I'm not sure how receptive they'll be to that kind of questioning.
Yeah.
But hopefully they can get you down a path that gets you to something we can say yes to.
Okay. Okay,
They owe you an answer.
So with that, would you like us to continue the application?
I think we would like to continue the application.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more month?
Why not? We'll meet again.
Chairman, on COA 2600172, 544 South 4th Street, I move to continue.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a reminder to get on next month's hearing, the deadline's a week from today.
Yep.
I know that's a tight turnaround.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving ahead. We have item number 5, COA 2600322, 247 East Livingston. Once your team is all assembled, swear you all in at once.
Do I need any extra chairs up there?
No, we should be good. I did want to ask, we had a few extra renderings. I know we can't really submit day of, but they're helpful. They show the renderings and elevations of the Blankner, south side of Blankner. We could
Sure.
simply show
We
them.
can hold them up and show them.
we get to it, yeah.
All right, all settled? Raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And your name?
Kareem Ammer.
Thank you.
George Forrest.
Thank you.
Okay.
Probably take those slips for you.
Yes. I was going to ask, is it typically staff reads the staff report and then you do the,
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and swear everybody in, and then we'll get their names at the podium, and then we'll have you read the report.
all right, I'll follow your lead.
Okay. All right, so anybody who had submitted a speaker slip, please raise your right hand. You all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. All right, and when you come to the podium, we'll ask for your name, and then we'll start your 3 minutes. All right, Steph?
All right, so this application is to demolish a 2-story brick structure, retain and modify a 2-story Italianate brick structure, retain the current parking lot access at 245 East Livingston Avenue, construct a mixed-use building facing East Livingston Avenue with a residential building facing East Blankner Street. Buildings along East Livingston Avenue will blend stone and solid brick masonry on the first floor with materials such as durable composite siding and panels on the upper level. Third story to be set back from the first 2. The building height would not exceed 36 feet. The building along East Blankner Street will be set back from the right-of-way to accommodate landscaping and planting buffers. The style will be row housing with openings for parking. The second floor will be brick facades with other siding materials and a 3rd-story setback. I have included the commissioner comments from the May 6th hearing. Commissioners requested the following: renderings of Blackner Street, northwest Cedar Alley, and northeast after dark, indicating the illumination of the parking lot level, and a north elevation of the apartment block as found on sheet A34 without the Livingston structures historic and new. Overall, staff find the design to be appropriate and that the design sensitively treats the existing conditions on the parcel. Ultimately, the design meets the German Village guidelines and city code. Specifically, the German Village guidelines emphasize that new constructions should observe the overall rhythm of the building space on the block, which new construction recommendation 4, Both the Livingston Avenue and Bleckner Street, thank you. I was hoping somebody would correct me. Elevations carefully consider the surrounding blocks and typical distribution of structures in the village. On Livingston, the applicant has designed appropriate infill structures around these existing historic and non-historic structures with minimal alteration. The mix of appearances matches the typical development along Livingston Avenue with both residential and more commercial style of structures. And this is compliant with City Code 3116.1112, ACDKLM, and the German Village Guidelines regarding new construction. On Blinkner, the applicant has limited the number of roof pitches and building facades to follow neighborhood patterns and has alternated appropriately between gabled and flat roofs, which is compliant with City Code 3116.12, specifically ADKM and the German Village Guidelines regarding new construction. The proposed materials at the rear also vary to break up the overall facade and has been placed appropriately away from the property line to allow for more space for cars and pedestrians on Blinkner, compliant with 3116.12 A&E and the German Village Guidelines on new construction. As HPO staff also note the materials and color are appropriate. Staff recommends approval of the application with the conditions that the windows should be from the approved list prior to the issuance of certificate, and light fixtures cut or product sheets should be submitted to staff prior to issuance of certificate, and the fixtures should be no larger than 12 to 15 inches in height depending on location. Basis for staff recommendation is Title 34 of the zoning code, as well as City Code 3116.12, the standards for new construction, specifically A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, and N, and City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvement, specifically A and B, and City Code 3116.14, the standards for demolition, the German Village Guidelines regarding new construction, the German Village Guidelines regarding new construction regarding materials, and that is all.
Kent, anything else to add?
Yeah, do you mind if we touch on the adjustments we made or?
Sure.
Do we, okay.
We'll let you go, and then we'll have the public speakers, and then we'll come back, and then we'll
Sure.
have our conversation.
If we could just start at the first rendering, that would be great. Yeah, it's wonderful to be back, really starting to get to know everyone here over the course of the time we've been here. As we have been doing, we spent extensive amount of time listening and cataloging all the comments we received from the previous hearing and itemizing and addressing them wholeheartedly, which each time we come back. We can go ahead and just really walk the building like we have been doing in the renderings and addressing the key points based on the last hearing that we received from commissioners. On this slide, I believe it was Commissioner Hartke mentioned some concern with the scale of whether it be, I think, the windows, and George, you might need to correct me on that, and where the sill lands. I'll let George elaborate on that. It's a bit above my head architecturally, but we have made adjustments there. I believe we went from, was it 12?
Yeah, it was related to the head height of the door relative to the head height of the window. It was out of scale previously. The door was too small and we adjusted that accordingly.
Sure.
Great. Here, we still are very proud of this view of how we are preserving the bendy parking lot, enhancing it, really creating a courtyard, enhancing the landscaping quite a bit, and having really a nice feature moment of entering the project, if you will. I think the visual impact along Livingston is really appropriate as well. Can keep going.
The comment on that was to really try to frame the entrance to the parking garage or parking lot, the open parking lot, which I think we're doing with some fairly mature plantings.
Great. From this angle, you can start to see where most of the focus of the last hearing revolved around Blankner, you can start to take a look down and see a more diverse set of materials, colors, details, and fenestration, and really introducing some of our previous successful design components, which the commissioners seem to appreciate more than what we'll call our row house motivation. George, I don't know if maybe it's a good time to show the easels to them.
You know, the point about this rendering, this is a key rendering, this one and A12, we'll get to it eventually. But I think the point here is that the last iteration was really pretty static, no, not so dynamic. It included elements which were flat roof and just sheer brick walls. In this view, taken roughly from the middle of South Sixth, you can really start to see the streetscape, which differentiates itself from what we had before, to the extent that it really starts to look more like a typical German village street. And I think that, I don't know if we're permitted to do this or not, but, you know, the idea here was primarily this rendering, and we can turn it around here.
Yeah, let us see it first, and
Yeah,
then
sure.
we can let them see after.
The idea here was, and I'll try to speak loud, this was the original rendering that we had the last time. So that's what I was getting at. It was staid and not very dynamic, but to where, you know, we came back and added these elements with gables, different colored materials. And I think there was, I can't recall the apology, but who exactly made the comment in terms of, take a look at what we've done at Livingston Avenue. Take those modules for new construction where the theater was, and we sort of planted them, if you will, strategically on this elevation. So it really starts to change that elevation. Other points of interest were the towers were too narrow, and we broadened them. I mean, I'm not quite sure that you can see the espalier and some of the landscaping on these drawings, but I think that the landscape drawings that you've seen probably start to really develop quite a bit more than what we had during the last meeting. So that's really one of the key elements, you know, that we really want to portray here, to differentiate this form and this current. And it really starts to speak to materiality and bringing in different colors. You'll remember, I think, that it was pointed out that the top of the roof is black, but the third floor was black. And so we changed that up a little bit as well. I'll turn that around in a second. This board really simply shows, again, it accentuates a little bit more the rendering that I was pointing out on sheet A8. You can see a little bit more to where you can start seeing really what's on Blankner on the Blankner side a little bit. I mean, it's kind of tough to see because the alley's so narrow. And again, taking an image from roughly the middle of 6th Street doesn't really do us a great deal of justice. And then this one, of course, is looking east from Dixon. And again, it's a darker image, but you can start to see really a little bit of differentiation. That's why I'd like to point again to the renderings for sheet A8, just for a moment, and also 12, because I think they really, this one in particular, A8, really starts to really speak that language more than it ever did before. And then if you flip over to A12, really does the same thing, looking west or looking east from Dixon. So if you want me to turn this around?
Yeah, I'll help you. I'll go put them on some chairs facing me the way real quick.
Oh,
And while he does that, one of the suggestions made to us at the last hearing was that we evaluate the south side of Blankner and understand the rhythm, materiality, and colors and details.
Hear you, so.
Oh, I'm speaking into the mic. Yeah. So as part of these exhibits, as well as what was submitted, we have an exhibit that shows the south side of Blankner. We feel really confident that we're providing a really complementary rhythm to that and making that comprehensive experience on both sides feel dynamic, yet at the same time complementary.
we're not trying to copy anything here. We're really trying to bring elements into play, much as this rendering shows and the other rendering that I pointed to where it really starts to speak more of a streetscape that's more typical really to German Village. So again, for the crowd, for the audience, this was a rendering or a 2D view from the previous iteration, from the May, which was, again, sort of stayed plain, so where we added some of the elements from that design that came about from that segment that replaces the theater, a portion on Livingston. So materials, color, everything changes quite a bit, on this elevation. And it really, I think that the 2D views are one thing, but I think it really, it's really more evident when you start to look at these renderings. George, is that the south view?
Pardon me, for the audience. You speak during 3 minutes. This is a courtesy to let you see the renderings. It's not a part of the hearing.
I will.
Thank you.
These are both. Out to-
I'll allow this one, just this one.
Yeah, this is the south view of our building. This was the previous south view of our building. Again, really sort of non-plus, if you will, but this is the current south view of the building, which really brings in a little bit more character, really brings in material changes, color changes. So it really stands out quite a bit more. And really, again, you start to see it better in the 3D renderings that are on the screen. Is that
All right.
efficient? Yeah, thank you.
We'll bring it back over this way.
Great. So if we could actually go a few renderings back at the other corner. Yep, right there. I think another hallmark of where this design has landed is now that previously, the attempt was made to hide the fourth story as much as possible. Now this building really reads as a two-story building with, a recessed third story that you struggle to find from most angles. Keep going. Great. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, no, this is exactly another one that really starts to show, it really starts to come across as more typical of a road type of a street in German Village, really. It really brings in the differences that you start to see. They aren't all brick buildings. They're a combination of brick buildings, they're sided buildings, they're different shapes, gables, Italianate style with hip roofs. And so we really try to blend a few things.
Could go one more view. Yeah, so on this view, I think it was a great opportunity to introduce the espalier. Apologies if I'm butchering that term, but really as a measure of achieving a better sense of scale, if I hate to use the term, that the towers, if you will, but the flanks on either side of that hyphen, we really started to dress up the landscaping even more and introduce espalier so that it feels like that first story really doesn't read as one tall three-story element there. Added some more detailing, trim, and corbelling there at the top
Yeah,
as well.
Some brackets and again, the reality of this rendering is that it really starts to show that's our intent. There isn't a suggestion here that we're gonna have these trees, and I think that's why we brought Realm on board as our landscape architect to really select materials that, really would fit for us, would really survive, and that we can certainly plant within our budget, which is no concern to anyone.
I think this is a good opportunity, and we'll see it more so in the site plan and the landscape plan. But one of the comments was, we had a little bit of an awkward alternating sequence of sidewalk or greenscape along this side. We really leaned into the greenscape, so you'll see in a landscape plan in a few slides, rather than having these intermittent moments of brick sidewalk, really leaning into the ground cover and making this more of a lush environment. Great. As another what I think
Speaks that same language to where it really starts to identify us with, more of the streetscapes in German Village.
Yes, and when we do pull up the exhibit of the south side of Blankner, I think we'll find that there's really some good balance between what exists on that south side and what we're proposing here on this north side in terms of materials, detail, and massing.
In reality, what we're doing is, there isn't a great deal of advantage on Blankner. This is my political speech, right? There really isn't much of an opportunity there because of the width of the street. And we're doing whatever we can by having pulled our building back to the north, away from the right of way, enabling us really to add some character, which, you know, I'm not being critical of what exists on the south side of Blankner, but again, there isn't that, those residents, those owners haven't had that opportunity to really bring some of this architecture or some of this landscape into play here. So we're really taking a step forward really for the entire alley at this point, or street.
And one last reminder, the existing conditions today on Blankner have buildings even encroaching into the right of way.
Right.
So as George mentioned, this not only solves that issue, that pinch point that I believe is even just short of 9 feet, we are adding even more of a buffer, if you will, landscaping and really widening that. Again, really proud of this shot. You really struggle to find where a new building begins and an old building ends. I think our design team has done a great job at seamlessly making that feel woven into the rhythm of Livingston. We'll take a moment here. There were some few comments in regards to materiality. I think suggestion was on either side of, we'll call it the mixed use building on Livingston, rather than that being concrete. We're not showing brick sidewalk there. Again, pay special attention to Blankner, where once was sidewalk. There's plenty more ground cover now, enhancing our open space and green space even more. We took a really hard look at the northwest corner there, continuing that east to west passage through, if you will. Based on the property lines, how it's situated, there is an unfortunate jog right there. So we can't necessarily commit to keeping that same level of clearance all the way through to Dixon Alley. But, you know, there is a small bit of brick, if you will, to potentially be able to walk through there. But
Yeah, and the idea again is where we have sidewalk to be removed, if the city comes, suggests that we remove a certain section of sidewalk for whatever reason, it'll be replaced with brick sidewalks. One of the other comments that we responded to was the land bank for limestone or sandstone curbing. I mean, if we ran out on a downtown project, of course, that's all granite. But in German Village, you know, we're sandstone. Even my own house, at one point, we ended up having to bring in new sandstone, which is what we'll do. So where those opportunities present themselves, we'll go ahead and use the reclaimed if possible. If not, we'll add new.
we can keep going. I think the only other slide I'd like to spend some time at is the elevations. So let you know when to stop. Great. Yep. One other comment that was really observed, a good observation, was behind the Bendy building, sort of the window treatments, if you will. That is where our stairwells are. We took a look at the east elevation. I believe it was Chairman Hartkey who asked right there, sort of right behind the Bendy building, if there would be some sort of treatment right in that narrow passageway. Because that is where the stairwells for the building will be, there's really not an appropriate configuration for windows there. But given how remote and tucked away it is, we don't see that as really a focal point that will be seen almost ever. However, similarly, on the north elevation, on the west side of, we'll call it the tower, if you will, we were able to add some windows there into that stairwell, so it doesn't read as just sort of a consuming black mass back there. And another comment, I believe it was Commissioner McCoy who mentioned the materiality on the third story and really the recessed plane there. How can we make that not feel as one sort of monotonous long color and materiality? So we've really found opportunities to change the color and make that feel as different buildings along Blankner. think at this time, we will pass the mic over to whether it be the residents or the commissioners.
Yep. We'll go ahead and we'll start doing the speaker slips. A reminder for those who are called up to speak. We've already sworn in, so I'll ask your name, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Staff will be running the timer. At 3 minutes, we will cut you off because we have plenty of slips. And if we don't cut you off, we'll be going all night. So starting off, we'll start with Chris Yoon.
Also, as a reminder, please silence your cell phones.
Yes. It's mobile. You can pick it up and put it down if you would like to.
Okay, you know me, I'm vertically challenged. So.
Your name?
Hi, I'm Chris Yoon, and I first want to introduce myself as the new CEO of Columbus Landmarks Foundation. Some of you know me already through my work at the German Village Society and advocating as a past board president and interim executive director. I'm speaking today as an overall advocate for historic preservation in Central Ohio, and specifically the German Village Guidelines. As many of you know, I have spoken in the past regarding specific projects and their impact on the surrounding neighborhood. While I'm not going to address the details of this submission, as I know it's being addressed by others in this room, I want to implore the commission to respect the guidelines as written. The German Village Guidelines have served as a model for historic districts across the country for decades. Any deviation from the core principles carefully authored years ago can set a precedent for future development and disrupt the original intentions of the guidelines. The Columbus Landmarks Foundation, as a part of its mission, states, "We promote design that inspires and endures." We are not against new development, but it must be thoughtful and, in this case, complement its surroundings. Thank you.
Next applicant, Brad Bushman.
My name is Brad Bushman, and I live at 245 Jackson Street, which is just a block from where this development is occurring. I pass it every day on the way to the CODA bus stop, and my concern is not whether the current plan is better than the past plan. In fact, I'm a professor at Ohio State, and I have a PhD in social psychology. I teach social psychology regularly and have a textbook on social psychology, and I'm actually going to use this as an example in my class of what's called the door in the face technique. And that technique is when the influencer starts with an extreme request, like 4 stories, lots of units, that they know will be rejected, and then retreats to a smaller request, which is the one they wanted all along, and they think it will be accepted because it appears to be a concession. And that's what I think we have here. You know, a grand scheme, and then they say, okay, we'll cut it back. But I think it's not good. I don't want 3 stories in German Village. Whether they're recessed or not, I don't want them. That's it.
Thank you. Next applicant, butcher this, Kevin Wise?
German.
Appropriate.
I've been pronouncing it all the time as well.
All right, state your name for the record, please.
Kevin Weiss.
Thank you.
Good evening. Yeah, I am a resident of German Village. I live just down the street on Jackson Street. I just want to start by acknowledging the development group of how hard they have worked at trying to achieve what we have asked. Over the past 16 months, they have come back to this commission multiple times, reducing the count from 96 units down to 52. And they have made genuine efforts to engage with our feedback. The effort deserves recognition. But effort alone does not make the project appropriate. And this one still misses a mark in a way I believe the commission must address. The German Village Design Guidelines are explicit on height. Page 107 states the height of the new building should fall at or below the average height of the surrounding structures. I believe they have taken into account to the front structures. And if you look at the renderings, it kind of seems to cut out all the houses on the backside or surrounding areas. But those are all 1 to 2 story houses as well, putting this 3-story building well above that mark. Page 105 further warns that maximizing lot coverage and leaving little outdoor space is not in accordance with tradition, historic development patterns. That is exactly what this footprint does. The proposed 3-story development creates a massive visual barrier, further encroaching on the historic district area. And of course, there's the concern for traffic. Anyone who lives near the 6th and Livingston knows that the intersection looks what it looks like on the weekday morning. It is already a bottleneck competing with nationwide traffic, especially for anyone who needs to turn left where there is currently no traffic light. Adding 52 units generates 300 additional vehicle trips per day by standard traffic estimates on streets designed for neighborhoods of cottages, not apartment complexes. And of course, the parking, the proposal relies on Bendy Walk's lot to meet its residential needs. That is an active restaurant. During peak hours, evenings, and weekends, those spaces will simply not be available. At Columbus vehicle ownership rates of 1.2 cars per household, this development realistically needs 63 dedicated spaces to prevent overflow. Without guaranteed around-the-clock access to that lot, it cannot even meet the 52 space minimum, which I think is a pretty big deal. And the overflow lands directly into our neighborhood streets, which is already fully subsidized or subscribed. The proposal appears designed to satisfy only the baseline regulatory minimums rather than addressing the actual capacity demands dictated by the local streets and parking infrastructure. This is simply not the right location for this project. Commission, I ask you to consider the precedent that you set today. If leniency is extended here on height, massing, or parking, I would expect another developer to return and purchase the next small business within our communities to build yet another apartment, leveraging the same leniencies set forth today.
3 minutes.
Perfect. Guidelines are here for a reason. Please hold the line. Thank you.
Next applicant or next speaker, Paul Burke.
Hello, my name is Paul Burke. I've lived in the village a long time. I'm here tonight to oppose this project, mainly based on its non-compliance with the guidelines. It definitely does not comply with the height, the massiveness, the scale, and certainly it is not compatible with the neighborhood. The most important thing, however, is, in my mind, is precedent. And what you're doing tonight is an extremely important thing. If you vote yes and allow this development to occur, you'll open up a floodgate, believe me. There are developers lining up. There's at least 9 projects that either they border or within German Village that will be candidates for this next development, 3 stories and above. It's even at a point now, if you pass it, a resident can say, I want 3 stories, I want 3 stories. It's beyond the guidelines. We know that. It doesn't comply with the guidelines. But you have to think about that because you set a precedent. And that's wrong. So I'm here to say, please protect us, protect the neighborhood. That's part of your duty, and protect us from having this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Heidi Herentz.
Like what they say, is it okay to clap?
Appreciate it if you don't. Thank you.
Thanks.
State your name.
Heidi Horenza.
Thank you.
I live at 518 South 5th Street. I wanted to, again, emphasize, we were read a laundry list of Columbus zoning requirements that this meets. However, in terms of our German Village guidelines, it's not what it meets, it's what it doesn't meet. And I think as we go on tonight, we'll see that this project does not meet many of the stipulations in our German Village guidelines. I'm going to address a quote about building shape, and in the guidelines on new construction state, shape should have similar complexity to the adjacent and nearby buildings. For example, a Queen Anne shape will look out of place on a street full of simple cottages. In this case, on Blankner, this project is a block-long footprint that has no precedent in German Village. There is no other comparable project in German Village that has a block-long footprint and has 3 stories. If you look at, I would just call your attention to page 12 of the guide of the submission that was put on to the element, it's A11. And when you look at, and if you compare it to the existing conditions, yeah, there we go. You can see how tall this building looks in comparison to the telephone poles next to the project. And when you look at that in a real world photograph, you can see how much taller these buildings are over the adjacent structures, the historic structures. And this commission is not a zoning commission. This is a historic preservation commission. So I encourage you to consider that as you're voting on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rosalie Goodsill.
A34, please.
You'll state your name, please.
Rosalie Goodsill.
Thank you.
I've lived and breathed German Village for 64 years. There are still very serious questions, and before you decide, one must ask if this proposal is consistent with the guidelines for new construction. I believe it is not for the following reasons. I'll address the guidelines which I helped author. Massing guideline, page 102. The existing massing of neighborhood structures should be one of the most considerations. This plan is so massive, it doesn't even give the surrounding area any semblance of doing so. Where in German Village is there a massive modern apartment building injected, smothering other existing charming historic districts surrounding Cedar Square? There isn't one. Height guideline, page 103. The height of new buildings should be no higher than the average height for the surrounding structures. The new buildings should be lower than the tallest buildings in the area and higher than the shortest. In other words, it should be the average heights of nearby buildings. The buildings on the south side of Blinkner, Dixon, and Jackson are much smaller in height. Therefore, you must vote no to the 3rd floor. The protrusions on the 3rd floor are also quite troublesome. Scale and proportion, page 103. The new building should maintain the proportions and overall scale of adjacent and nearby buildings. The plan is not to scale because it's simply too monumental. It denotes industrialized housing like in the warehouse district. Therefore, you must vote no. Design and compatibility, 102. Where in German Village is there a flat roof almost a block long with no dimensions that cut like a knife dividing Blinkner from Livingston? I know it's been referenced as acceptable to a commissioner who cited isolated flat roofs in the area to support a vote in favor. However, the two simply don't comport. Where in German Village is there a portico with 2 to 3 story towers that are abutting hyphens in between? One commission queried this as well at the last meeting, that the design bothered her, so why has it reappeared? The attempt to shoehorn over 50 units on a footprint that's simply not allowable. Architects with similar iterations over the years tell me the concept is flawed from the beginning. The mass needs to be broken up for human scale and proportion. The 3rd floor removed. It's too high in relation to surrounding homes. Towers and hyphens removed. The overall concept is simply not compatible with German Village. The vote is historical because the integrity of German Village is at an inflection point. I plead that do not create a disastrous precedent for German Village in the city. We must not be blinded by how far the developer acquiesced or negotiated. It's your responsibility to vote no to preserve this historic district for generations to come.
Rosalie,
The guidelines are the
we're
guidelines.
past 3 minutes. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, next speaker will be Gretchen Moat.
Good
Please
afternoon,
state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Gretchen Moat.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to focus on massing and visual compatibility, please. For your reference, if you have the guidelines handy, it would be page 9191. And that would again be new construction. Again, content, massing, spacing, materials, building shape and scale are all of vital importance and play into this in evaluating the project as a whole. The language matters because a setback alone does not necessarily resolve a massing concern. And the concern is not simply height, it is the combined visual impact of height and width and footprint and overall bulk, if I may say so. Bulk as rhymes with Hulk. Particularly how the structure reads from the public realm along Blankner and 6th, on which I just happen to reside. In prior Cedar Square discussions, commissioners themselves expressed that portions of Blankner elevation as appearing monolithic and expressed concern that smaller building forms were visually overwhelmed by the overall mass. And indeed, the slide there reflects that. Even with revisions, most of us residents, many of us, remain very concerned what this structure will do. It will read as substantially larger and visually overwhelmed the surrounding contributing buildings. And if I've heard reference to the fact that what's on the back doesn't matter and what's on the alley, we residents walk the alleys. Most of us know about every inch of the village and what's where. The question before you commissioners is whether the overall massing and visual scale are compatible with the historic surrounding fabric. We have the guidelines to preserve the legacy that Frank Fetch and all of the persons who came before us as residents and living in German Village. We're asking you, please preserve the legacy of Frank Fetch and all the people that have gone before us and those who are coming after us, because we view ourselves really as caretakers of the legacy, of the heritage of what's there in the village. And please, please do not destroy it for us by voting yes on this project. Thank you.
You. Next speaker, Mike Evans. State your name.
Mike Evans. Okay, good afternoon, commissioners. I would like to focus on compatibility and within the historical context of the neighborhood. So at its core, the new construction guidelines are about ensuring that the new development fits within the character of German Village. Guideline reference, page 91, new construction introduction. The new construction section of the guidelines is intended to recognize the existing contributing characteristics of the neighborhood that will bring visual harmony between the new and historic structures. This is ultimately the question before the commission. Does this proposal, taken as a whole, achieve visual harmony with the surrounding historic context? Compatibility is not simply about materials or attractive architecture. It's also about scale, spacing, relationship to neighboring structures, and how buildings contribute to the landscape. German Village is special because of our human scale and fine-grained patterns of buildings. The concerns that many residents continue to have is whether the overall size and visual presence of this project remains compatible with the established character of this part of German Village. Thank you. I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, that's a blank one. Michael Gallagher. State your name,
This
please.
is Michael Gallagher. I live at 808 Yeager Street in German Village. Been here before. I've seen a lot of changes take place in the design, but I have a big concern that I want to bring forward today. I'd like to speak briefly about the long-term implications of this decision. This application is about not only a single project. Guideline reference purpose and guidelines on page 19 or page 10, excuse me. The commission's recommendations help safeguard all the qualities that make German Village a unique, special neighborhood. Residents, applicants, and future property owners all rely on expectation that the guidelines will be applied consistently and predictably. If this proposal is approved, despite significant tension with the adopted standards regarding height relative to the surrounding structures, guidelines, page 103, massing and scale and context compatibility on page 91, that decision inevitably becomes part of the context for future certificates of appropriateness. Future applicants may reasonably point to prior approvals and ask for the same treatment. Commission membership naturally changes over time. The commissioners making decisions today will not be the ones that will be making decisions in the future. However, the precedents established today will remain. There are multiple properties on Livingston Avenue, either vacant or I would assume you would deem non-contributing, that developers will eye based on this decision. There's prior COA applications at Thurman and Fourth that have expired but are vacant and will be looked at when it comes time. They will look at this treatment that they get today. This commission not only deciding on a single application, is helping establish future commissions, how future commissions will adopt and apply the guidelines. For that reason, I respectfully ask the commission to consider not only whether this proposal is acceptable today, but what the standard this decision establishes in the future applications involving height, massing, and scale throughout German Village. Think about what your decision today is going to mean 10 years from now. Thank you.
Next speaker, John Clark.
Hello, good afternoon. I appreciate the revisions that have been made to this proposal, perhaps almost as much as I appreciate the audio system finally working in here. I have never heard you, Rosalie, speak so clearly. However, I want to speak from the perspective of someone who experiences this neighborhood every day. German Village works because of its scale and its sense of place. The experience of walking streets like Blankner comes from buildings that feel connected to one another in scale and in proportion. The concern is not whether the architecture is attractive. It is whether the building feels compatible with the neighborhood experience and the surrounding historic district. Many residents continue to have concerns, as you know, overall scale, visual presence, relationship to neighboring buildings, how the project will feel at street level. This is not opposition to redevelopment. Many of us recognize meaningful improvements have been made, but revisions alone do not necessarily mean a proposal now fully aligns with the guidelines or the character that makes German Village unique. I ask you to weigh not only the quality of the design, but how it fits into the daily lived experiences of this neighborhood. And I was just thinking about the first gentleman who spoke, who said developers will go before boards and commissions with huge, oversized plans and then gradually whittle them down until the board or the commission says, yes, yes, uncle, take it. And I was thinking, I've been following this project for 2 years or more. When it came in as a 96 unit building, and then an 81, 67, now what, 51. And I was there when Mr. Berardi said, we cannot possibly make any money. This is not financially feasible if it's any fewer than, I think, 81 units at the time. It doesn't matter. What matters is that this project as presented falls outside the scope of the guidelines. And we have the guidelines to inform us as to what is proper and what isn't. Thank you.
Next speaker, Robert Kaplan.
Hi, I'm Robert Kaplan. Good afternoon, commissioners. I had prepared a short video for today's hearing featuring homes and gardens and streetscapes and architectural details from throughout German Village. While it will not be shown, the process of creating it reinforced something important. What makes German Village special is not any one building. It's the accumulation of thousands of details preserved over generations that together create the character of this nationally recognized historic district. As a resident preservation advocate, former chair of Historic Preservation Committee, current trustee of the Historic Preservation Fund, and current chair of the Advocacy Pillar, I spend a great deal of time thinking about what makes German Village special and how we preserve it. German Village did not become one of the nation's most respected historic neighborhoods by accident. What we see today is the result of generations of residents, property owners, preservationists, city leaders, and commissioners like you who understood that preservation requires consistency and stewardship. The neighborhood's design or designation on the National Register of Historic Places reflects a commitment to preserving the character, the scale, the historic fabric that makes German Village unique. That character is found in the details, the relationship between buildings and streets, the scale of our homes and our carriage houses, the rhythms of roofs, windows, courtyards, gardens, and brick walls. None of this was inevitable. It exists because generations before us made the deliberate choices to protect it. Those choices are reflected in the German Village Guidelines. The guidelines are not intended to prevent investment or discourage development. They exist to ensure that change strengthens German Village rather than diminishes it. The question before the Commission is not whether the change should occur. Change is inevitable. The question is whether the change conforms to the standards that have guided this neighborhood for decades. Preservation is shaped incrementally, project by project and decision by decision. Every decision made by this commission establishes expectations for future applicants. The precedent established here will extend well beyond this single application. That is why consistency matters. The responsibility of the commission is not to consider who the applicant is, but to apply the guidelines fairly, consistently, and faithfully. The homes, gardens, streetscapes, and public spaces we enjoy today were protected by those who came before us. The question before every generation is whether it will do the same. The future character of German Village will be shaped by the decisions made in this room. I ask that the Commission continue the tradition of stewardship that has preserved this remarkable neighborhood for generations by applying the guidelines as they were intended to be applied. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next two applicants, I believe you came in after we swore everybody in. So when you come up, we'll swear you in and then you can start your 3 minutes. So the next one, not applicants, speakers, sorry. Courtney Thrain. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name?
Courtney Thrain. All right, I'm Courtney Thrain, Executive Director of the German Village Society. On behalf of our Board of Trustees, I want to publicly reiterate our full faith and confidence in the Commission's ability to fairly interpret and apply the guidelines with the same level of scrutiny across all applicants. The Society works daily with the Commission and HPO staff because there's a mutual shared responsibility in knowing that there are extraordinarily heavy, far-ranging implications and precedents created for every action, large or small, taken by the HPO and the Commission. The forthcoming decision on this project is widely viewed as precedent-setting, particularly with implications to disrupt the human-scale compatibility of our village. Remember, for over 65 years, German Village, with its human scale, has driven community health and economic benefits that has supported and strengthened all of Columbus. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Will Sorrell. Sorrell. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth?
Sir.
Your name?
My name is Will Sorrell, and I'm actually been a resident since I've 21 years old now, so 28. Currently live on Jackson Street, and I'm also a realtor here in the local Columbus community. I work for a family firm of mine, actually, and you know, I'm here not to talk about code. I don't want to talk about guidelines and everything like that, but more as a resident and, a person that truly loves German Village and what it upholds and what it values and what it shows, and frankly, why many of you and everybody is here. And, I spend my days over at Lindy's, Club 185, Lobeck, and I run the streets every morning almost around Schiller Park. And the character is what really draws people in. It's the landscape, it's the finishes, it's the attention to detail that people take so much pride and love, whether it's their yards, their, planters, whatever it may be. And I think that character and history and charm and the brick roads, even though they're brutal on my back, are as charming and beautiful as could be. And, with new developments, I'm not opposed a lot of times when it comes to, beautiful projects and all, but there's a time and a place for it, and there's got to be a proper place for it. And German Village, as I relocate many clients here from New York, Chicago, Boston, and everything alike, the reason that they find such an attraction to it is because of its charm and its beauty, and the reason that they love it so much to, enjoy what we enjoy. And respectfully, new developments that don't adhere and or, listen to whether these codes and guidelines and mash the local landscape is just, deterring to that. And I feel like it'd be hard to, one day myself run by in the morning and thoroughly be excited to see something like that. So I appreciate everybody's time. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you very much.
Yep. And I did get a duplicate Mike Evans. Is this the same Mike Evans? Okay, thank you. All right, and then there's one more. We had an emailed in statement. I'll go ahead and read this into the record. This states to the German Village Commission, as a nearly decade-long German Village resident, I support the approval of the Cedar Square project and encourage the GV Commission to accept the revised proposal in its current state. The developers have provided multiple rounds of changes that are responsive to local requests, and the current plan meets historic requirements set forth by the German Village. Any ongoing concerns are matters of subjective taste that are being leveraged to stymie development of multifamily properties rather than attentiveness to historiosity. Beyond the proposal itself, which has met all requests by the Commission, I draw attention to both, number one, consistency with past approvals, and number two, appropriateness of this proposal compared to appropriateness of what exists. On the first point, the clear difference between the proposal and other recent approvals is that this is a multifamily building and not an update to a single-family building. The Commission has allowed many questionable ahistoric approvals, including glass walkways, large patios, ADUs, garage additions, et cetera, that are far less aligned with the GV guidance than this proposal. On the second, beyond meeting all explicit requirements, this proposal also better aligns with the GV guidelines than what it would replace. If preservation of historically accurate components is the goal, then the committee needs to ask compared to what. This will never be a building from 1863, but there is no argument that the developers are proposing a project closer to existing GV guidelines in the parking lot and buildings that currently exist. On both counts, the project is a clear approve. To call the action the Commission posed about how decisions are made, the call to action the Commission posed about how decisions are made, this project is a clear example of how the Commission engages in lengthy, opaque, and subjective negotiations that are time-consuming, costly, damaging the neighborhood, and discriminatory. Only those who have the money, time, and personal connections to work through this difficult process can engage with any reasonable likelihood of success. While historic preservation is certainly about materials and design choices, it is also about sustaining a legacy and a community in the modern age. As Rem Koolhaas noted, preservation Quote, preservation is also dominated by the lobby of authenticity, ancientness, and beauty, but that is, of course, a very limited conception of preservation. Cool House 2004. By failing to allow a clear, transparent, efficient process for the modification, upgrade, and/or new development of properties, the commission is allowing the myopic focus on one aspect of preservation to overtake its broader mission by asking, does every single part of this project meet this? Thank you for timing me. It is in the record. Thank you for your time, Catherine Dempsey. All right, that is in the record. Back to the applicants. Anything you'd like to address?
We'd love to respond to just a few of those statements. You know, we've heard now multiple times that it appears that our intent was to submit something that was monstrous in the ruse of eventually landing at this, and I find that really a disingenuous comment. We started based on the guidance of the new zoning code, the new UGN1 district. That was the guidance. In our early meetings, we determined through the various titles that German Village does hold jurisdiction over scale, massing details. We acknowledge that. But to impose on us that we purposely propose something just to scale down, I think really is offensive to all of the wonderful people at the City of Columbus planning staff and the unilateral boards who sensitively designated this UGN1 district to be 4 stories. And if you go west or east in any direction, those scale up to 7 stories. So they did pay special attention to this part of town to be sensitive. And that's where we started from the guidance of City of Columbus. So, you know, it hurts me to hear that we came in with the intention of purposely hoodwinking folks. And if that was our intention, we could have saved ourselves a whole year and several hundreds of thousands of dollars by capitulating to this 3 stories way earlier. So that's one thing I want to address. I can't let that publicly go unaddressed. The second component is precedence. We wouldn't be breaking precedents with this project. In fact, there is multi-unit dwellings that span entire blocks that are 2.5, 3 stories. We've acknowledged this before. Beck Place condominiums takes about the same amount of square footage and has this almost parallel lot coverage and massing as this project. So this project would not be breaking precedents in that round. But, you know, maybe if these were $1 million, $2 million condos that were to bring in a certain type of people, maybe then we would be getting more of the support is generally where I think some of these comments are going. Yikes. The next is guidelines. Never once have we asked to deviate from those. We're in aligned with the residents, who, by the way, we've spent numerous meetings. We've presented in front of the German Village Society. Just in April, we had a wonderful resounding meeting with this exact massing and layout, to which we were applauded out of the room. We had a great experience. We've had what I thought was a wonderful open-hearted communication with the residents. This is all a bit perplexing how the tone has really changed, but I don't mean to digress in that route. I'm just surprised we've gotten to really know the residents and incorporate their feedback at every turn. So it's discouraging, to say the least. We want to follow the guidelines. We want to be in complete alignment with the commissioners and the residents that the guidelines are to prevail here. We've spent half of our meetings talking about the guidelines. We've memorized the guidelines. Yeah, we feel very confident with what we've submitted today that we are well within the guidelines, especially now that our height is at or below the surrounding structures. I would like to also point attention to the existing conditions. If you don't mind going to the beginning of the presentation, we are all for preservation, folks. What exists today is, and I don't mean to disparage our own property, a decrepit parking lot and an older office structure and several dumpsters. That's what's being replaced today. It would be one thing if we are truly tearing down historic structures. That is not what we are doing. We have focused incessantly about creating benefits to the surrounding communities through landscaping, pathways, and what have you. So we're not here to tear down historic structures. We are taking old fence and parking lot and putting something that adds quite a bit more of a dynamic to the area. I think moving forward, we would appreciate and implore that the commissioners, we focus on the last hearing and the last set of comments and address those. It would really be counterintuitive to reintroduce a whole new set of comments. So our ask would be, let's keep this constructive. Let's keep this going towards a conclusion. We've been here a long time. George jokes it's been almost 8 years if you count some of our first submissions. I think between us and the commissioners, it would only behoove us to acknowledge and be respectful of each of our times and try to really get to an approvable point. So that is what we ask. We do ask that you use the guidelines. We aren't here to refute those whatsoever. And with the comments, let's try our best to be specific and explicit, and not subjective with how we feel about the project. It was Commissioner Teal who brought up early on in this process that every decision on a project like this should be gone through almost a chart of how it applies to the guidelines. We are in alignment with that, and that's how we want to proceed based on the guidelines. I don't know if you have anything else to add, George, but
The only thing I'd like to restate is our commitment to the project. I'm going to read it because it makes sense. Restate our commitment to the project, providing our best interpretation of the guidelines and those suggestions that all of you have made along the way. I mean, they're evident, they're part of the documents that we provided.
great. Let's pass it off to the commissioners at this point.
Sure. I can open up the commission, or I can read a statement I put together. All right. So, but responding to the written letter, it did cause me to do a little deep dive into Rem Koolhaas. It was an interesting research study. And the statement that this individual has made, and that came up in a lot of the residents, speakers' comments, were aligned, even though coming from different perspectives. Position that preservation should not be limited to simply architectural appearance, and the commission should consider whether this proposal improves the existing condition and supports the continued life of the neighborhood. I think that comes up across the board. I agree that preservation is not simply about freezing a neighborhood in time. The guidelines themselves allow for new construction and call for compatible contemporary design rather than imitation. Section 319.01 of City Code calls for the commission, in addition to its historical review, to improve the tax base, encouraging reinvestment in historic buildings, redevelopment of undeveloped land and parcels containing non-contributing structures, protecting character, all the things we typically talk about. But we got to make sure that we're identifying that the commission is here to create a living neighborhood, not just a static point in time. Our review tonight is not a referendum on multifamily housing, nor is it a judgment about whether the existing site is ideal or not. Our task is to determine whether this specific proposal, as designed, is compatible with the historic district under the guidelines that we are required to apply. The Koolhaas reference is useful. It reminds us that preservation can become too narrow if it's reduced only to authenticity, age, or beauty, but it does not mean that design review becomes irrelevant. It means we should be careful to ask whether our concerns are grounded in the guidelines and the character of the district, not merely personal taste. The Koolhaas point cuts both ways. He challenges narrow preservation, but he also warns that once the building reaches a certain scale, that facade treatment may no longer solve the problem of mass. So our review should ask whether the designs, breaks, the materials, the rhythm, the detailing actually reduce and organize the mass or simply dress it up. I want to be clear that I speak only for myself at this stage, not the full commission. My concerns are not about personal preference. They're about applying the guidelines to this proposal and whether it satisfies the applicable criteria for massing, scale, proportion, rhythm, materials, vegetation, frontage, and transition to adjacent properties. Oftentimes you'll hear commissioners state the terms of I feel, I believe. That is just it's a lacking of language It is not a personal preference. It is how they interpret the guidelines that are presented before us. I think the existing condition matters. Replacing an ahistoric or underperforming site can be a preservation benefit. But the fact that the current condition is weak does not automatically make any replacement compatible. The question is whether this replacement is sufficiently compatible with the surrounding streetscape. For me, the relevant question is not whether the building is new, multifamily, or different from a 19th century house. New multifamily construction can be appropriate in German Village. The guidelines allow compatible contemporary design. The question is whether this particular proposal handles massing scale, height, rhythm, materials, details, and its relationship to the surrounding streetscape in a way that preserves the character of the neighborhood while allowing it to evolve. Long-winded answer there, or statement there, but I felt it was important to address that in particular because I've heard a lot of chatter about how the commission goes about what we do. A lot of statements about holding to the guidelines, being arbitrary, capricious, that kind of stuff. I just want to point out that we all strive to interpret the guidelines as written and apply them to every application as we deem appropriate and as the city calls for us to do. With that, I'll open up to the commissioners for feedback, comments, questions.
Well, to reiterate what I've said before, even though we don't want to go there, but we are. I think the issue here is perception versus reality. And some people think there's a perception here that these facade treatments are compatible with the guidelines. Ultimately, what this building comes down to is it is a facade treatment that's about 2 feet deep, maybe. Doesn't reflect what's going on inside of the building. It's decorative. It's not really functional. Don't think it speaks to the building. The building itself is excuse me, I'll check on, make sure I got all this. It's approximately 300 feet wide and 56.75 feet deep. I'm just talking about the apartment block. It is a big mass building. It covers 16,502.5 square feet from my calculations. The building in front is another 2,915 feet in square footage. The lot itself that you're on, according to this drawing with the red lines, is 30,010 square feet. That comes out to a lot coverage of 64%. My point to the commission that if you allow 64% lot coverage on this site, that will be the new standard that you're going to have to deal with. And if you don't do it, you're going to be in front of the Board of Commission Appeals on a regular basis. The building is volume-wise is in 575,000 cubic feet. Bigger than anything else we've got in the village, whatever. And that's massing. That's massing calculations. 577, 570 cubic feet. That is the reality of what this project is. It is 300 feet long, 60 some odd feet long, deep, and 35 feet high. It is a mass that we don't have any place else in the village. Even though you've got decorative facades to kind of make it look that way. I don't even think those respond to what the guidelines talk about as material usage, heights, what's relative to Blankner and what's relative to the buildings on Livingston, et cetera. I don't think you make any guidelines in reality, meet any guidelines whatsoever. Massing, maybe materials, but not really massing. Building is preferred to be brick according to guidelines. We've got a lot of board and batten in this thing. We've got a lot of siding that's vertical. We've got 3 stories that are very visible, and I think that's what the perception is not. So there's elements in this I don't understand. The bridging element between the 2 towers, I don't know where that comes from. I would have thought that it would have been entrance to the parking garage. It is not. It is simply some element that is foreign to the architecture of German Village. So just to be brief, that's where I'm at. I haven't changed my opinion on anything. I think the 3116.12 A, B, C, D, et cetera, specifically C height is not in the guidelines. Rhythm of spacing is not there. We don't even have residential doors on whatever's supposed to be residential facades. Rhythm of projections is not compatible. Roof shape is definitely not there. Your roof shape is flat. It's all at 35 feet. The structures around there are much lower. Those heights are not to the ridge, by the way, which is what you're matching. The height of those buildings is considered to the middle point of the slope. And most of them are gables. This is a flat roof. And I'll make one other comment. You used an example of a building, I believe at the end of Jackson at Lansing as an example in this one. That was a new build. It was 2 stories when it was put up. The architect owner came back and asked for a 3rd floor on it. And maintained that nobody would be able to see it ever from any angle. Convinced enough of the commissioners at the time to buy into that. Your picture is evidence that that is not the case. So for you to say the 3rd floor, and this is not going to be evident except for very odd places, I disagree completely. It will be extremely relevant and visual from everywhere. For the moment, all I have to say.
Can we respond to that, or should we?
Sure.
First point on lot coverage. Beck Place, fully approved by the commissioners. The variance that allows for lot coverage of 75%. So to state that we're setting a new precedent and every further project will have to, be set to a standard based on our lot coverage, we're under what already exists for a multi-unit dwelling. What's happening today is what we were worrying about when we were going back and forth about the 4th story. Before it was, how well can we hide the 4th story? And several commissioners mentioned, you have a project at 3. And now here we are, which is what our concern was okay, we eliminated the 4th story. Well, the 3rd story exists. That needs to go away. It's an ambiguous pattern that will, dwindle the project down to nothing, which was our concern. So those are the 2 comments I just wanted to touch on. Is lot coverage we are not breaking precedent on, and simply responding to the feedback that we did have a project at 3 stories was the consensus, and certainly was the consensus at the last hearing. So would love to hear
Stating my position, it was never my consensus.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. Term consensus doesn't mean unanimous. But regardless, we appreciate your position. Would love to hear the other commissioners' feedback.
I think a lot of what Ned has spoken to, I've been reflecting over the past month or so, with especially concerns to the lot combination of all of these and how that plays into the coverage. So he's going over those numbers of you're getting to 64%, but it's over the course of so many existing lots that are being combined and also split from the existing context of which they're in. So those existing residences now are left with what percentage of free space, of open space on their lots, which starts to pull at the threads of this fabric that we're talking about. And I agree with what he's saying about the tacked on nature that the materiality of these bump outs has led to it. You can still see this large mass behind it with these applied facades, with this gateway that is referencing nothing. It's just an opening into the parking lot of the multifamily building. It's really more of a breezeway that doesn't connect through to the other side. which I think we've talked about previously. The arch shape doesn't make sense within this context, which we've talked about previously. I think there's been great care with the small multifamily, 2,900 square feet on the front, which we've talked about at length. I think the massing has come a long way for that one. Its detachment from the larger multifamily is well done. Massing of that, materiality of that, realigning those head heights and sill heights. But I'm still not there with this multifamily mass.
Okay, that's different than what was stated last hearing in regards to massing. City attorney last hearing and staff mentioned that lot combinations are not under the purview of the commission, so I do want to recall on that.
We recommend them. Or
Okay,
not.
but that's a separate really jurisdiction. And again, a lot combination is 64% that we have. It's well below precedence. So, but thank you.
I think I do have couple questions before I make my comment. We know that, the power line along Blankner Road, and I know you guys have changed that small walkway to make the plant bed larger. But I guess just looking at a planting plan, I know you have some trees proposed, along Blankner. But how do you feel about, with the time goes, the tree gets mature, how it was gonna conflict with the power line eventually? And I just feel like, is that a concern? Have you guys thought about that? I know on the tree planting list, we have listed several tree species, some are columnar shape, that can probably reach up to 30, 40 feet. I guess that kind of leads to my second question that kind of respond to the other commissioners about the decorative facade. If we look at some of the views, I just feel like there is an improvement on the Blankner frontage compared to the last hearing. But I think some of the facade treatment, it seems like the recess is probably not deep enough. It just seems like the roof seems really fake. I can't tell the dimension, but the green, the previous page, I think, yeah, like some of the roof line. I guess my point is, I think if the frontage, the facade, some of those recessed facade can push more, deeper, that might create opportunity for the trees to push back a little bit. And then, we talk about the attractiveness of German villages. People, take a stroll, take a walk, that the surprises that you experience when you take a regular walk. But I'm just afraid that with the existing infrastructure there, the power line, I don't think you have the enough space for something that you propose today.
Yeah, if I may, we are working with AEP on those power lines. Our view for Blankner, we want that to look as nice as possible. We've spoken with the residents who live there. We're in alignment that we want to enhance that. We're looking at methods of relocation, but at a minimum, potentially lifting up some of those lines or rerouting some of the lines as well. So that would be our priority as to a bit of a beautification of Blankner as much as we humanly can. But we were also deferred to our landscape architects in terms of providing the right species and providing us with the right maintenance plan to make sure those trees don't grow too tall. But that is a good observation, and I'm sure we'll make note of that.
I'm going to take a moment to interrupt and note that I am going to switch off with my coworker, Jacqueline Mizell. She will need sworn in. I will return.
All right. Jacqueline, you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth?
I do.
In your name?
Jacqueline Mizell.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So what's the timeline with, reaching out to AEP about rerouting or elevating the power line, like, did you
We've
guys,
been, we've been speaking to them since the project started. Utility companies move at their pace, subject to load calculations and electrical engineering. So we're trying our best. We need to continuously onboard more consultants, MEP and electrical, in order to further those conversations. But we feel confident that we've identified solutions to address those lines in some shape or form to make them better than what they are today.
understand the process? I guess I just feel like that has a big part of how you can treat the Blankner facade, with that power line being there. Without knowing, what you guys can do with the power line, it's hard to evaluate the appropriate treatment along Blankner.
Right. I completely agree. I don't think we necessarily can tie the two together and make those contingent on each other. There's infill properties all throughout downtown Columbus that are just tight and close to utility lines. It would be our motivation to make that experience for our residents and all other residents on Blankner as visually appealing as possible. So we're working on that, but we certainly can't promise or tie our design based on what a utility company might allow us to do.
I'll go. I will counter Ned's comments about materiality. I believe that it's a mix of, you mentioned board and batten, brick. You look down Blankner, up 6th, down the adjacent streets, there is a mix of brick. There's a mix of sided wood frame construction. In my opinion, I think the mix of materials is an improvement upon what was there before. And I mentioned that specifically at last hearing. I think the roof forms, shapes of the facade treatment along Blankner, I think those roof shapes are appropriate. I believe that they are. There's flat roofs right there at the corner, as I mentioned last hearing. There are flat roofs along Livingston. We've got now a mix of flat and pitched. I think the contention amongst the commission and some of the speakers is really that core piece, that 3rd floor. I'm on the record that I could get behind a 3rd floor in this situation, provided the facade treatment makes it disappear as much as possible, gets it back. So I'm not going to go back on that statement myself. Being new construction, I ask myself, is this detrimental to what is there? As far as footprint of the site goes, a lot of comments have been made about tightness of alleys. What's being proposed is not making the alleys any worse in terms of width. There's encroachments on all sides, both from this property, which are being removed with the demolition of the building. There's some encroachments from curbs. I'm assuming that those blacktop curbs are going to get pulled up, and which will require you to put it back on property line, which is going to give some space back to the alleys that didn't exist before. Minimal, but it is some. The houses along the south side of Blankner are encroaching on the alley themselves. There's just tightness all around as part of the historic development of the neighborhood. You could take differing opinions along the East Blankner facade of, are the facade treatments enough to break up the mass? I think the key, in my opinion, how I view this is looking at the massing, breaking it up so it's not one big long block. I believe it's gotten there myself. It's not the most popular opinion in the room. I understand that, but I believe it meets with that. The guidelines does ask for some variation in the massing. I think we've gone back and forth quite a bit about massing and scale and roof forms and everything else. I think this has variation from what we would typically see, but I believe that it's not overpowering I may be proved wrong if it gets built, but that's how I believe what I see.
Fortunately, it'll be too late then, Anthony.
I have to make a decision on what I see here before me.
And perception versus reality.
I guess I'll go next.
Can you
Um,
make sure to speak into your microphone, please?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was on record in the last meeting as saying that I found the third floor acceptable. Part of my issue was in how that was treated, that it was treated as a monolith, and that it didn't really respect the rhythm that we have in German Village in the space between the buildings that creates that. I think you've moved closer to providing that. Even the renderings we saw tonight where you're starting to change the color of the siding, but I don't see a real differentiation. I only see a color change. In studying massing, and you talk about the shape and proportion and the scale of a building, in German Village, predominantly, the buildings are taller than wide. And when I look at the third floor, it looks to me as a low squat continuous piece. And in front of it, I see modulation. I'm not seeing any modulation in that third floor. I don't know if it's possible to do it with revising the parapet I understand there are footprint requirements that make it difficult, but I still feel like that mass needs to be broken. And, the guidelines do call for the green space and how a building sits on a lot. And leaving outdoor space is, not leaving it would not be in accordance with German Village and the traditional historic building patterns. The linear, just the linear piece of green space we have in the parking lot doesn't constitute that when we've got this long monolithic building. So that, I think you're certainly varying from guidelines there.
Okay, that's a bit of new feedback regarding green space. If you go to the landscape plan, there's several opportunities for green space in between the existing and the new buildings, as well as along Blankner. We're enhancing the Bendy, called the Bendy parking lot. In comparison to what exists today, we are providing multiples of the coverage of specifically green space. And I'll mention again that several of those go vertical as well, whether it be on the ledge components or the recesses of the third story, we are showing green space. So
I agree. You have done a lot to add green space. What I'm referring to is a long block of buildings and there's no penetration between them. And that's inherent in this one multifamily building, that's stretching the entire length of the block. So you're not meeting the guidelines in that respect with the footprint of the building. Now, we've said in terms of that third floor, there are the ways to break it down because we would already be conceding on space between the buildings.
So would your position then be if we were to continue to add that variation on the third story, more than the color, whether it be materiality, some of the suggestions regarding the parapet, would that be a condition that would allow you to support this project?
That's a condition that gets me a lot closer.
Okay.
Because right now it feels, especially in that middle elevation, to be quite arbitrary based on the floor plan. Specifically on the left side where it switches from a dark metal panel to a lighter metal panel, where that happens is not indicated in a plan and feels very arbitrary on why that's happening. And I think what Commissioner McCoy is talking about is all of the additive facades are feeling very strong, but there's no subtraction within that larger mass to where you can still see in plan this large bar with these pieces sticking out of it, and there's no give and take with that larger mass.
So you're saying it's almost like the layer behind the Venetian facade needs activity to make
Yes.
it a more complex
Yes.
perspective.
That's the real edge of the
Yeah.
massing.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to offer a different way to say it. The way
Yes.
I'm hearing it.
Okay, so if the third story were to come in and out, have more fenestration, would that?
Or height, or,
Yeah.
I think is what you're hearing. But obviously you can't go to a fourth floor, but
Right,
No.
right.
I would never dream of saying that. I'm the new kid on the block, but I wouldn't say that.
So in some instances where there's, 2 stories along Blankner and then the recess, if that third story were to come out and come back in and have different
There's
material.
layers of design activity that give you, something energy back,
Okay,
right?
okay. It's nice to meet you, by the way. Your new face
I'm
here.
about to introduce myself.
Yes, yes. We were told.
Here, Commissioner Coyle is done.
Let me add one point to that, which is, and this is my eye looking at it, but I look at the Blinkner elevation and I see that it's broken down and there are different shapes to those masses. But then the third story sits on top of it like a layer. If that change in the facade translated all the way up, then it would begin to look more like an assembly of units as opposed to this top bulky layer.
Where the form was following the function.
Sure. I would like to think we at least improved on the last submission where it was the 2-story row house and then we can call it sort of a bar across. We added several of the Italianate that hopefully provides that sort of aspect. And we do have the 3 stories on either side of the hyphen. Are you saying to explore that a little bit more? Did we head in the right direction with that? Did we break up the third story by adding Italianate, by having 3 stories of brick in some situations there in the middle?
I think what I'm hearing is that it works for 2 stories, but it doesn't work for 3 stories. The problem that you have is that the 2-story brick elements, in other words, those could be something else. If you make those gables, then they project above the 3rd floor, which is above the 36 feet that we need. The only way that you project those is flat, straight up flat, without, adding any more gables that go above that. And I think that Ed, mentioned that, his measurement for ceiling or roof height is to the midpoint of the roof. So if we had if we brought that 3rd element in, or even the 3rd element from the left, if we brought that in and raised it up to where the eave line was even with the eave line of the white behind it, and then pop the roof up there, that roof would be above the 36 feet.
Right.
Or you have a choice of taking that entire mass as a 3-story brick mass all the way up to the top. Then it starts to read in and out.
Sure.
Yeah, that's great. But the problem is then you're all of a sudden above the 36 feet again, 35 feet, whatever, we need to have. And if we added anything of a roof above that, you're clearly beyond that.
I would say 35 feet is too tall.
Yeah, that's right. So I mean, the only option that you have, is to, the 2 towers next to the hyphen effectively, starts to create that undulation along the facade. So imagine, if you will, the element that's next to the left tower, if you will, next to the hyphen. If you bring that all the way up, what do we have? We have a 3-story brick building that goes up to the eave line behind it.
Precedent in the.
Cynthia, if you could
Sorry,
use your
yeah.
microphone.
I think you have a precedent on 3rd Street. What's the name of that castle house in the?
Schwartz.
I'm sorry, say
Please,
it.
that's an
Sure.
exception, not the rule.
I understand it's an exception, but I think you have an interesting precedent there that you could maybe make something out of.
Well, I mean, we could take those straight up, and again, and we could change the materiality on on any one of those. Take the one on the right, for example, the far right at Dixon, we could take that all the way up, and again, you've created something there.
I'm not saying it's a definitive thing. I'm just saying, here's a
Yeah.
situation where you could do something
But I
architecturally
mean,
interesting
but
as
they're
well.
flat roof areas that, we're adding to it.
I
We're
understand.
not adding pitched roof areas, which is what distinguished this elevation from all the previous elevations that were objected. So this one was more consistent with the comments that we all heard in terms of bring in some additional character along this
Bad news.
elevation that
Bad
doesn't
news,
exist.
there's still comments.
Pardon me?
Bad news is there's still comments, but I think, so let me introduce myself. Can I go ahead and jump in?
Sure.
I'm Cynthia Hunt. My background is as an architectural historian and a business person. I am not an architect. I'm not a landscape architect. I'm not a property attorney. And I know my limits, right? I've been on the I was chair of the Brewery District Commission and also on the Historic Resources Commission. Just to offer perspective, in one of my commission incarnations, we had a commission that accepted a 6-story building of flats with no decorative elements, no response from the designer at all to our comments. And because the commission felt strongly, members of the commission, I did not agree, felt strongly that the city's directive at that point in time was to increase volume, decrease parking, and try to create as much housing as possible. They felt that that was there. So I find your responsiveness great. So I should say that. Having said that, I also was in the meeting with the Historic Advocacy Committee and heard the transformation of that group from more negative to very positive at the end. And I'm really surprised by some of the feedback tonight as well. Okay, people change their mind, this is a very complex project. It has multiple perspectives. You got to look at it that way. I think that the city's advice, and I'm not as up to speed, I should say, on the German Village guidelines, which are different from the other guidelines. I just haven't assimilated them all completely. So I'm kind of looking to my colleagues to offer that feedback and counting on their, I think, clearly learned research. But I think that the city has left us with some challenges in terms of interpretation of what the new zoning rules are in historic districts. There's been a lot of conversation. I'm not convinced it's completely solid yet. And I think the commissions are doing their best to try to interpret the city's directive to bring more energy, bring more housing, bring more development to environments as the future they see for the city, while still maintaining the great value. And I was born on the south side. I've lived in German Village since college, and that's a way long time for the most part. So I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. So the incredible character and wonder that is German Village. And I asked to come to this commission, believe it or not, because I wanted to get involved in the neighborhood I lived in. Having said that, I find the massing conversations from Commissioner McCoy pretty compelling. I absolutely think that trying to do something to make the thing in the back feel less monolithic. And when you were talking, I was seeing the sort of the layers of interest conveying from the street in a way that could be good. I find the green space stuff pretty important if we can figure out a way to make that be more effective. I think your point about the lot percentages is helpful. I think Commissioner Teal's comments about the pasted on dimensions, because form doesn't follow function for some of those buildings. It really does feel sometimes like 2 to 4 feet of stuff in front, and that I could get over that, but that does trouble me. At net though, when I compare it to my experience in other commissions, I know that's not relevant in many ways. You guys have come a huge long way by comparison. I feel like there's room to go through another iteration with many of the people on the commission, not everybody maybe. So I don't know if we have a continuation conversation and try to summarize the points. And it's clear there are some people who are very opposed. It's clear there are some people who are, what I loved about the Brewery District is we had a very creative group of people on the commission who really worked with developers and architects to try to help arrive at something better, and we often did. And I think based on what I've seen, that's already happened here.
I find your perspective, you know, very, yes, and very insightful. You know, we've become, you know, very studious of the guidelines, and one of the very compelling lines in the guidelines, it's the duties of the commissioners, and it is to consider with each application the needs of the city. The needs of the city are, we are in a housing crisis. We really are.
Right.
It is a serious issue, as a top-down unilateral issue. We feel this is a sensitive and we feel like this is a sensitive project that contributes to helping that issue in a German Village fashion. At the end of the day, this is 50 units or so, 3 stories, recessed 3rd story. You look at every project that gets approved today from a multifamily standpoint, we're looking at 200, 300, 6, 7 stories.
92 in the Brewery District.
Yes, exactly. You know,
On the smaller side.
I highly doubt everyone's looking at every side of the building to this level we are. All that to say, if this project were in any part of town, I think people would welcome it with open arms, just because of the level of detail and sensitivity. So I applaud your insight,
Don't know
and
why
I
think
also,
most of my neighbors are going to hate me. So just,
well, I do want to
this commission is trying to do the right thing. That's
Yeah.
really clear.
Yeah.
To the best of their ability.
It's it's challenge. It's as complex as it gets. It really is. But I think I'll just reiterate the point that one of the key duties of the commission is to consider also the needs of the city.
I'm going to tell you, the guidelines override that. And
Well, it's in the
way-
guidelines.
That's the way the code is set up.
That's in the guidelines. That quote is in the guidelines.
Right.
That's what I mean when I say lack of clarity. Because I don't
Yes.
think that's generally understood to be that as the bottom line.
Just because the city may want a whole bunch more housing, doesn't mean we have to accommodate the guidelines to make.
Different perspectives.
Okay. Yeah, no, we can continue to make rules that purely discriminate against these types of projects, even though they're not in.
This is,
No,
it's not
they did.
Pardon me.
I'm going to ask
me.
the applicants, the people in the audience to be respectful. We are in a public hearing. If you're going to stay, please be respectful of the commission and applicants and everyone else's time.
We will ask you to leave if we can't have decorum. Thank you.
Well, let's try and be constructive here. We have varying opinions, as Commissioner Hunt has mentioned. Some opinions are different than what we heard at the last hearing. I think if we can get to conditions that, whether it be at a subsequent meeting or as part of this approval, I think I'm looking at some of the commissioners that were more so on the fence. Can we narrow down exactly what components could get us towards an approval?
Well, that's what I was getting at. I mean, the reference to stuck-on pieces, there's a misunderstanding in terms of those stuck-on pieces are actually functional areas within the dwelling units.
No, I get that.
Yeah, you get it, but
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah,
a
yeah.
common thread.
Yeah.
And the point, though, that I'd like to start from right to left, left to right, whichever way you want to go. I mean,
Let me ask
I
the
completely
chairman,
understood.
though. To me, we should take a straw poll. Do we have a case to offer more feedback and come to an agreement, or do we not?
Yep. I would agree. So I know we got a hard no.
Absolutely.
We got a yes. For the others, straw poll, start down at the end.
I think mine is maybe a yes, but I want to see some more improvement on the Blankner elevation and what we know about the power line, because I feel like the landscape strip along Blankner is a critical component to make that experience more appropriate.
Okay.
Is that your primary concern with the application?
Yes.
And
Yeah, well, there's a comment there. I mean, if we can, you
Go
know,
ahead.
just keep it on going.
No,
I mean, we're-
but I'm really trying to say, you know, we've been here a long time. We have a whole nother agenda full of
I
stuff to do.
understand.
I think that the question is it, can we arrive at a deal? Is this commissioner willing to work with you guys based on what we've seen so far with what they know that they believe needs to be changed to arrive at a deal?
Well, we're willing to work. I mean, we just.
We know
want to hear
you,
the-
we believe you guys are.
Yeah. So that Commissioner, if that's your primary concern, but what do you see elsewhere you could be good with?
I think I'm okay with the Livingston elevation. I mean,
Okay.
I'm okay with the third story, but I do think the comments from tonight is really helpful, you know, just to make that not one single layer, how that third story can blend into the more foreground.
Commissioner McCoy?
I could be a yes if we can make that third story work based on the comments that we've made.
Would elaborate on yours?
The reality is, this does not make any of the guidelines at all. And to approve this, you are all reneging on what the guidelines are and what this commission is all about. And the perception is one thing, you can call it tacked on, I don't care. It is facade texture. It is a decorative element on the front over a huge 3-story, 300-foot long, 60-foot wide mass of that is the bulk of a double-loaded corridor apartment. And that does not make the guidelines with a flat roof in any way. And to do some facade decoration, to kind of decorate this building, to make it look kind of 2 feet deep, that it looks like German Village, is what Disneyland does. It's what Disneyland
That's
does.
great.
What's
That's-
behind it has nothing to do with what's in front. It's just to entertain and say, hey, look, we're kind of there. You don't make it, in my opinion. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, we're well aware of that. Commissioner Schultz,
I agree with Ned.
of course.
Okay.
We've heard that a lot.
Commissioner Hunt?
I'm willing to continue
Yep.
and try to work out a deal.
Okay, so it sounds like for those who are on the fence, it's really the third story we need to focus on. Are we up?
And the green
I need
space.
some information on that. I can't just say
Right.
the third story. It's the entire point of raising some of the flat roof areas that are now 2 stories, bringing them up to the 3rd story so that we can move in and out of the building. Now we have more larger, wider masses that go up to the 3rd floor. And if that's a consistent theme that we can achieve, we can do that. I would only ask that we take a look at the Dixon Alley and 6th Street elevations where those 2-story elements, you know, provide a drop from the 3rd story. And
There's one other thing I meant to put on the table. You guys also talked about working on the alley and traffic patterns and said that you would front an effort with the city in that historic, or the advocacy meeting, I believe. Yes?
We are working through that as part of site compliance.
Okay,
You
good.
know, that's a whole nother,
The same way the electric company, you're working with them on the
yes.
stuff. To me, that's something that needs to be mentioned in our thinking about recommendations.
Okay.
But does infrastructure stand in the way of design? I thought we were looking at.
No, I'm just trying to get things on the table that
Okay.
I've heard in other meetings that I think will help this group feel more positively about it.
Sure, I appreciate that. So I think George's onto a point is, can we hone in a little bit more specifically on the feedback on the 3rd story? Because there is a paradox here, continuing some of these elements to the 3rd story. Are we now?
There are gonna be flat roof areas.
That are.
They cannot be gable or repeat some of the gable elements that we have because they'll go above that eave line.
Well, where there's the 2-story brick that, you know, that's gabled towards the same height of the third story.
You're still gonna see some third story behind it. I mean, you and I are
Yeah.
on the same page, and I think that we can go ahead and do that. I think we're gonna have the same discussion next time. It didn't do enough because we can still see the third story behind it. But can I point up here? Can I get up?
Sure.
Get up and stand.
Here's a pointer if you need. Here's what I'm getting at is that I really like this corner. I like the other corner because I like the way the building steps down at the end, at the edges. This is good for me. If I bring this up to this point, and I can do that, is that something that would be reasonable in your minds?
You're talking about leaving the monolithic building, quote unquote, stable and just moving the building in front?
To where effectively I have a flat roof area, this brick moves up.
Still leaves the
This stays.
monolithic. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's still leaving the roots of the problem.
That's
though.
exactly my point.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to make here. Is where do I go? Do I then take this entire element and bring it up there? No,
No, you can bring it in and out or up.
we brought it in, we moved it to the north in order to do it.
And I apologize. I haven't been in the meeting, so.
We moved the building facade north off the alley so that we would have room, more space in front of the alley. So I mean, we're sort of at an impasse. We're arguing the same thing we've talked about before. Raise it, lower it, maybe not, maybe yes. I don't know which way you want me to go.
Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt. We just had an ask from the audience if we could just be mindful of the microphone so everyone can hear.
Sure.
We can try another time if you want. That's fine.
Commissioner Yin, Commissioner McCoy, is George on to the right track?
What I think could be possibly done, I don't know the floor plan well enough to know if you can lose a little bit of square footage, but I don't think that you're going to get support for bringing a lot of those Blinkner elements for raising those. The idea is that the third story behind it needs to modulate, and it's not modulating. It's one big long bar. It's not moving in and out. It's not changing any height.
Let's
And
take an
it's-
example from the third one over from the left. If you take the double wide one and we bring it up, that entire facade from the background could move forward. The white in the background from the third brick element that you see from the left, that piece of facade could be moved forward.
I think, can we go to the floor plan on the third floor? I think
That helps.
But it's not shaping the overall perception of it. It's not reducing the mass
It's not
feel.
adding.
Yeah, it's actually adding to it.
Right. That's the paradox right now.
Yeah.
I think we're all pretty tired.
Yeah.
I think people could go in
Yeah,
and think.
I don't think we're going to solve it right now.
Right.
I think it's something to think about. That's what you need to get to the votes.
I think as commissioners, I'm not an architect by training, so I don't think I can provide very practical comments or suggestions to how you treat the third story. I think our responsibility is to see if it's in the appropriate direction. I mean, you guys are designers, so you guys need to figure that out, and we're reviewing it, not design it for you.
Yeah.
Could we recommend a subcommittee be formed? As a condition of approval, a subcommittee to continue to work with whomever commissioners want to be on that to finalize the third story.
I think to come back with some ideas.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable doing that.
I don't think you can get to finalization immediately. Sorry.
Okay.
I would just say that I think what we've been trying to do, and this is the way I interpret the guidelines, is it deals with the spacing between the buildings and the placing of the buildings on the lot. And that is part of massing. Guidelines allow you to vary massing, materials, or details. So in the spirit of the massing, you're varying things, but you're not meeting the that idea of the rhythm of the space between buildings. And the idea of making those setbacks and trying to bring some green space in, I mean, ideally, it would go all the way through and you'd have a lineup of separate buildings along Blankner Alley. And we know that's not being presented and it's not within your performa in this design.
That's not what this is. It's not about economics. And let's think about Beck Place here, which does similar fenestration to this by going in and out and has the same amount of linear feet as
Beck
front.
Place actually has separations between blocks of buildings. It's not one long continuous mass. They're narrow, but they're separate pieces.
There's only one, and it's for automobile access.
No, there's separation.
I will say
Along the alley.
they have deeper recessed. I mean, they have stoops, the open space in between the building facade and the sidewalk at some areas more recessed than what you have shown us today.
As much as we would like to be able to cut through the middle of the building, there are an infinite amount of code and fire safety. We have to now put, if they're separate buildings, there has to be 2 different stairwells and different elevators and it completely disintegrates any form of unity. It's impossible to achieve. So I guess Commissioner McCoy, if we're able to articulate this without cutting through the building in a way that's acceptable, can you get on board for that?
That's where I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
Please continue.
Trying to be courteous of people's time. Can we convene for just 90 seconds as a team?
Sure.
Okay.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, there's separation between it. It's not continuous, but I don't think it's a precedent. It also varies in height.
There's only one, right? There's only here. There's no break here.
Right. But it varies in height. It's not a continuous monolith. Yeah. Right. And then if you look on Galley, there's modulation in height. And there is separation. It's hard to
Okay.
see it. Yeah.
Oh, I can't go on. This is so, that's the guy.
I think that's a separation. They're narrow. And you step, it steps up and down. So it looks more like a collection of those things. So it doesn't get 3 to.
No.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
Over on, oh, into the news.
Right.
I went, I know.
Line changes.
St. Mary's had those a week early.
Right, yeah.
And I missed all of it.
You missed all of it.
Somebody
Where
asked
were
me,
you?
said, I don't know, I was around. I said, really? Somebody asked me, got snarky, different knowledge in my front of their services.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, right after I bought the house, so that's like 18 years ago.
Yeah, I need to do
Um,
that too.
That storm sewer on Third Avenue, and it was like 5 feet. It got down, to it was waiting desks, and, one of my neighbors I didn't know ran into her over there, and we started waiting from one side to the other, not even thinking about what was in the water. And I look back and was like, oh my God.
Do not.
Didn't kill ourselves.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this is all you?
It's like try to be constructive.
Wow.
I'm gonna have fun watching back.
Oh, my God.
I don't. Bill?
I'm not.
Oh, yeah, because you were in it.
Yeah, I don't have to listen to my own voice, so. That's what keeps me sometimes from like wanting to go back and like re-listen, because it's like, I don't like how I sound.
You skip like the first 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was like, what do you have in your pocket?
I have mints.
Thank you, I love these.
I do too.
I have like a whole bag of them.
You can send, yeah, same. You can, so we have 3 more people down there. You can send those down.
We won't tell them they're poisoned.
They make you forget.
Ned started bringing,
Thank you.
Some sugar.
Ned started bringing Three Musketeer bars.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Why did you broke it?
I didn't bring it this time. What I ate last time was 3 meetings before, bringing the same one back.
So what's the longest meeting you guys have had?
12 o'clock at night.
1 o'clock?
Oh, my God.
Wow. You're very not prepared. Yeah, I think it's this one, 11.
Well, these were, we used to have meetings, we
10.
used to have meetings in the meeting house. Yeah. Some of those, 11 o'clock.
No, where's that from?
It's from me.
Candy Fairy.
It's from me.
Thank you.
Sure. The lights.
I mean, I fought so hard for that 6 flat. I was so pissed. It's just a stupid, 6-story, 92 units and 10 feet. And I could not get my fellow commissioners to move. I wanted to come to the land. They said, you're stopping progress. I'm like, no, I'm not.
No.
This
It
is
was-
6 stories. We should go to 4. The highest we have is 3.
It was, I am interested in your history because of now.
I know.
Yeah, being in this space for so long. But that.
Well, I'm actually a management consultant. That's my job.
It's tough.
Yeah, I have design friends.
Well, yeah.
And I have an architecture friend. I have.
And you were like.
I love this.
It's very.
I'm a big believer in it. Nancy and Jeff are close friends. I used to date Jim Ritchie. That's how old I am. And they wrote the guidelines. Do you know them? Oh, yeah, they wrote the guidelines, these guidelines.
Yeah.
All right.
And Jim is the JB Ritchie Design Awards on Limits. He was one of the founders. I think we say, they're the, go away and be creative. That's what I say. And they
5 minutes
come back with something good. They're stuck in there.
It's probably been more than 5.
5 minutes in my world.
Oh, they already had something.
Yeah, that
Good.
would take you the last time.
All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. All right. Back on the record. How'd you like to proceed? We could take a continuation or we can take a hard vote.
We would like to continue, request to continue. Hopefully there's enough there from what we heard from some of the on the fence commissioners. We feel confident we can get there, as long as there's no new surprises at the next meeting. So we would request a continuation.
All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
We got a movement. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving.
Sticker in my mouth.
If you're going to be leaving the hearing, please leave in an orderly fashion, quietly, so we can continue on. Thank you. The next application is going to be application number 6, COA 2600094, capital B, lowercase b, 107 East Eschler.
What?
Capital B, lowercase b.
I won't ask for any more splits. No splits.
All right, give me 1 second to get my stuff together, let the folks clear out, and then we'll kick back off real quick.
Hey, it's at least memorable.
It is. Probably not as contentious as the last one.
This project, but yeah.
All right. All right, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your name?
Chad Porter.
Thank you very much.
This application is for the following items as shown as north of the base of the steps, which include removing the existing wooden staircase and landing, installing a new deck, installing a new outdoor kitchen, and installing new hardscaping at grade. I've included the comments from the May 6th hearing. Commissioners at a previous business meeting wanted to know how the CMU block walls were dealing with the existing windows. A cut or product sheet is needed for the railing. HBO staff would check the materials for said cut or product sheet. Will the existing metal gate be retained? And the commission noted that the foundation drawing showed a footer that would go into the existing wall. Please ensure the drawings are accurate. And the last comment no longer applies about the yard being lawn or artificial turf. The proposed design is similar to a previously approved rear addition porch, but it doesn't have the porch portion or the roof portion. HPO typically views decks as suburban elements. Staff recommends continuation of the application to allow for the design to be updated to better fit with the existing code and guidelines. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvement, specifically A, as well as City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, the German Village guidelines regarding porches and stoops.
Anything else to add?
When last we met, we were down to dealing with just the deck. Everything else has been split off and then split again and approved. We didn't have the correct paperwork submitted last time, so you guys could see the architectural and structural construction of the deck. So that is in there now. And then there was a question about ventilation. Was there sufficient ventilation? So we've added vents to, well, one, it's a freestanding structure. So there's a little bit of ventilation, not enough, but there's a little bit of ventilation along the structure itself. We've added vents to the, that would be the south side.
Real quick. Was that the correct one or was page 2 of the application the correct one?
Yeah, with the vents there, that's new. Yeah.
This is the new one that you were proposing?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll make sure we're looking at the right elevations. Proceed.
So we've added venting on that side. Then, of course, we want some cross venting on the other side where the kitchen is. So we actually put that at the top. So it's under the handrail. There's just some slot vents that go under there. So that would be on the plan. So that way we get enough square footage based on guidelines, a square foot per 150 square foot of deck surface. And that gives us enough ventilation.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
All right, questions, comments from the commission?
So where's the bending underneath the handrail? You know,
On the plan, yeah, it's gonna be hard to see on just the screen there. On the plan, the handrail that's, that actually on the north side, but
looks like it's broken.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, there's
Alright.
some slot vents there.
That piece. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. good.
They're
Thanks.
4 by 14, I think.
I was looking on the other
Yeah.
plans for it.
So-
4 by 24 and 4 by 18.
All right, because the handrail sections aren't the same size, yeah.
Mhm.
They just slot in between the posts for the handrail.
Okay.
And because the kitchen was there and there wasn't enough room, there's not enough like splash behind it. There's only 3 inches to really get a vent right there. And then with the heat and everything, we just rolled them up to the top.
So why does staff feel this is not ready for approval?
Yeah, I think it's not clear.
So from my perspective, it's the kind of raised deck portion. And I'm just trying to be consistent with what we typically recommend at the rear of houses. I'm not going to lose any sleep if this does get approved and if you find this appropriate.
It's the cinder block with a stone deck as opposed to an elevated deck, I think is what staff was commenting on.
But I think that writing down the things that you disagree with explicitly, so he can go away and do those, or we can say accept it if he does those and you approve, would be a really helpful thing.
Okay.
Okay.
And this went from being filled with dirt and everything. They've gone to a deck.
It's
so
good.
Protects the windows.
Yeah,
from
it's
below.
good. I know they're a great firm.
I do have
go ahead.
one more maybe comment of the deck framing sections that we've got later on don't show that CMU and structure that's surrounding it. So if that detail could at least show some of it.
Yeah, they're freestanding. So
Yeah.
those sheets are for
The
submission for the inspectors
Yeah.
and what they're going to want to see because they have very specific requirements. This page must have these things and only
Yeah.
these things. So yeah, that doesn't show any of that. That's just the structure.
Okay.
Do you want an annotation?
Yeah, I think just an annotation of just.
Okay, where
structure.
those sit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause
And they're
not-
freestanding.
It's terraced and whatnot, so just a section through there.
Okay.
I'm fine with it though.
And if it's easier for you to highlight the sections that you think need paid attention to, whatever works.
I'll remember that for next time, Cynthia.
Yep. All right, any other questions or requests for information? Nope. There's not, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2600094A little b, 107 Deschler Avenue, with staff getting annotations of the structure on these drawings for the framing, I move to approve as submitted.
I would like to propose an addition.
Sure.
With staff specifying what they think is not to code, so that and be responsive to those questions.
Well, if it's not to the guidelines, we need to address it now.
She said code, that's why I asked, yeah.
Oh.
I assume there's something.
Well,
specific.
my question, well, guidelines as code.
Okay.
Yeah, it's typically it's how we're interpreting code and guidelines, but yeah, no, I'll know for next time to be a little bit more specific. I was kind of running with what I've
So
typically
you're
done.
okay if it goes as it is?
Yes, yeah.
All right. So we got a first, we got a second.
Second.
No additions. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Sorry, it
Thank
didn't
you.
take longer.
Oh, no problem. That was an easy one.
Thank
We
you.
get there. We get there eventually. Now on to the new applications. Item 7, COA 2600344, 768 South 3rd Street. Once you're settled, if you'll raise your right hand.
Thanks.
It was loud.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth?
I do. Julie Bullock.
Thank you very much.
All right, this application is to install new handrails on the existing stone steps per the submitted documentation. This application is the result of work already being completed. Staff recommends continuation of the application to allow the applicant time to revise the design to better adhere to code and guidelines. And even though it's not on the staff report per the previous comment, staff finds this scroll work a little bit too decorative per the guidelines, which, if memory serves me correctly, state that the handrails should be a simpler design. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, as well as the German Village guidelines regarding porches and stoops.
Anything else to add?
I came into this after the fact, after it was installed. And my client is open to whatever you prefer be done. She thought it was really pretty. It had been done in another house and her contractor just copied it. I suggested that, well, first of all, it does not need the scroll work. It only needs a handrail because we're less than 30 inches. So I suggested if basically all the scroll work was removed and it was just a handrail with that profile, that would be appropriate. So that's what I was, unless you like this.
I will state that from the guidelines, page 68, item number 4 states the handrails added to existing stoops should not attach to the existing stairs. They should mount in the ground next to the steps.
Which got
If
that.
you look at the properties north and south, they have simple handrails extend down into the ground in front of the steps, and they actually attach to the wall as opposed to the top step.
Okay.
In this case, you really can't push it further outside the cheek walls because then you'd be too far away. Where they're at now, if you try to attach to the wall, I don't think you got enough wall space to actually hit it. So you probably would be looking at kind of positioning it above the cheek wall if the commission's not okay with anchoring to the steps in this situation.
You could do a dog leg to get to the brick wall.
You could do a dog leg.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you
You
said.
could do a dog leg
Oh, yeah.
to get to the brick wall.
And as staff stated, handrails should avoid over ornamentation. Simple designs are appropriate. Guidelines, page 77, item 2. So typically we wouldn't want to anchor it to the wall, but in this case, having historic stone steps, I believe that the commission would be in favor of wall mounting.
And I believe she owns the property. Well, she did own the properties on either side, so we can certainly reference that. Okay.
Any other comments or questions?
Is that something staff could approve?
I think that's a staff approval item. If we tell you that they should mount the front in front of the steps and then up to the wall with a dog leg as necessary, simple design.
I'm comfortable if you're comfortable.
I'm good with it. Anybody else?
Nope.
And simplify it, of course.
Yeah, so that's gone.
All right.
All right.
Is there a
Mr.
motion?
Chairman, on COA 2600344768 South Third Street, I move to approve as amended by the applicant that it will be a simple handrail mounted to the brick wall via a dog leg to an upright mounted in front of the first riser without any guard, decorative, yada, yada, yada.
Got it. Second.
One other comment before we vote. When the top base anchor is removed, make sure that thing goes back with the appropriate filler so that we don't get water into the crack, freeze thaw, breaking
Yeah.
the stone.
Yeah, she will. She's good about that.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? If there's none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, COA 2600413-181 Thurman. If you're settled, if you'll raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Yes. And your name?
Adam May.
Thank you.
This application is to remove the existing wood steps and replace with brick and limestone steps. Handrails would be reconstructed to match existing, well, the existing porch will remain. A 1991 COA for replacing the porch with a faithful reproduction shows concrete steps at the location. The porch has changed since then to include spindles and wood steps. A photo of the previous porch is included in the materials. Staff recommends approval of the application with any and all clarifications to be submitted to staff for review prior to issuance of a certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, as well as the German Village guidelines on porches and stoops.
Anything else to add?
No.
Questions, comments from the commission?
We're okay with the spindles?
They're historic.
Okay, so yes, all right.
Yep.
Kind of goofy.
It seems to me that these steps should be replaced in wood. It feels wrong to me to see brick stairs isolated like that in front of the porch, especially with such a railing that's so much integrated and feels part of the porch.
Treads are limestone.
I feel like I'm okay with the limestone step, but I feel like the face should be limestone instead of brick limestone and then wood deck.
I believe there was a precedent, these were concrete steps at one time.
The photo shows concrete.
It ties into the new, that last elevation too, because we're doing a previously approved retaining wall at the street
Yeah.
level with brick steps going up to their sidewalk. So it was more just to continue the visual from the sidewalk. And then, yeah, we found the concrete steps under the existing wooden steps during construction. They said, can we just continue this? So it's visually, continuous.
I can cite the guideline notes. Guidelines, page 68, item 1 states porches, original or later additions should be repaired to their original condition. I think that speaks to the concept of if there were concrete and there's wood on top of the concrete, for the commission, does concrete existing evidence lead towards replacing concrete with stone? The next item to consider, guidelines, page 68, item 3. If a porch is to be rebuilt, which this is just the steps, use simple design, avoid decorative detail. And the last piece is guidelines, page 69, item 5. Avoid brick as a material for porch bases, steps, or stoops, because brick used in this way breaks the visual continuity of the light colored stone foundation. Instead, use light colored stone or construct these features out of concrete with a color similar to that of local stone. I think for the commission to consider is the fact that this is just brick along the steps. You have the porch in between the steps and the foundation. Is that enough of a visual break to kind of make that a moot point?
We have a brick walkway too, just from the street, just to add that in.
Typically limestone steps are the full riser.
It's not just.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not.
The full slab
Yeah.
of limestone.
I think probably would be more appropriate.
It feels more appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
See what we're saying?
Using solid pieces of limestone instead of the brick. And
Mhm.
yeah, that's fine with me. I just have to talk to the client and see if they're okay with it.
So for our purposes, if you'd like, if there's commission agreement, you could amend the application for the solid stone limestone steps. We could vote and in theory approve that, and you have something to move forward with.
Yeah.
And then if you want to change, you can come back for a variance, not a variance,
An
update, alteration,
Yeah, so basically if you approve solid limestone steps.
and you
like,
can take it and run with it, or you can come back and.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Change it as
Yep.
needed.
Okay.
Question on the handrail. Do we know when that modification was made? Because the historic photos, don't show that.
Just posts.
And Google Street View, I think, only went back to 2007 on this property. And in 2007, the handrails were there, if I'm remembering the right thing.
They've been there 20 years.
Oof.
I'm sure there was a COA.
20 years ago. Yeah. No doubt.
That hurts that, too, so it was 20 years ago.
Mhm.
Yeah, do we have anything?
I looked through the file and I didn't find anything, but that doesn't mean a COA wasn't like dropped or misplaced or a previous staff misfiled it in something.
My opinion, it's there.
Yeah.
I don't think it's egregious. Would we approve it today
No.
if they didn't exist before? No, but it is there.
Putting it back in kind.
Yep. Yeah, any heartache with keeping?
Putting it back in kind.
Yeah, all right. Thanks.
All set?
All right. Any other questions, issues? If none,
Chairman, on COA 2600413181 Thurman Avenue, I move to approve as amended by the applicant that the tread risers will be full depth limestone.
Second.
any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call the next application. I'm going to recuse myself and give the chair to Commissioner Thiel. Item 9, COA 2600334, 592 South Grant Avenue.
Hello, raise your right hand.
Yes,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, please.
Chad Keller.
Thank you, sir. Staff?
All right, this application is to remove 2 mature elm trees close to the house, reset the brick patio, which was disturbed by the trees, and plant shrubs in place of the trees. The application is the result of work already completed, and staff does recommend the approval of the application with the condition that a replacement tree is planted in the appropriate area of the rear yard. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvement, specifically A, City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, and the German Village guidelines regarding exterior considerations.
Any comments, further discussion?
Well, yeah, so I mean, I moved into the house about 4.5 years ago, and I noticed that the trees were pretty close, right? Especially that tree to the house. And so I was monitoring it for a while, and then I was noticing that it was getting closer and closer and closer. And so last year, when it was just a few inches away, I decided, well, let's go ahead and get the trees trimmed down pretty significantly to see if they were going to be able, that was going to be able to like kind of slow down the growth. But then this year, it started touching the gutter on the house. And then you can see that the base has also then about, it's less than 6 inches from the base of the foundation. And then the other tree, which was about 8 feet away from the property, maybe 9 feet away from the property, it was starting to buckle the patio, but that started going closer and closer to the foundation of the garage as well as the utility line. So due to those things, and also then changes in the door frame not closing, and then interior of the floor and the room that connects between the house and the garage, that's why the decision was made to protect the property. Also, to protect, you know, any injury to the utility lines.
Those trees seems really significant. I mean, I agree this tree is really close to the house.
I mean, if it's touching, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like, again, those are really too mature trees. I think in order to make that decision, I would like to see a site plan, like where's this tree located to the house? And you mentioned the other tree is 8 feet away from the house. Where is it? You know, can we save the second one? I think.
I believe I did submit a site plan, and I even checked to be certain.
This is my site plan here.
It was in a PDF. And then also too, there's an arborist report that states that trees should not be planted back there because of the competing tree. That's also a Japanese maple that's pretty large on the other end of the patio.
Now, if the material's not included, that is my fault as an oversight of not saving things in the proper places and copying it a couple times. So I do remember seeing the arborist report, which means the site plan would have been uploaded as well, and I apologize.
It's okay.
Not to worry.
I certainly understand the need to protect the property, to protect the structure. And, you know, you've definitely showed evidence that the one tree for sure is problematic. I do believe in terms of how we deal with that is a replacement tree. So if you're taking 2 trees down, it would be 2 replacement trees. Some jurisdictions do it based on the caliber of the tree going down.
Mhm.
So that a more mature tree obviously dictates more trees or more replacement caliber of trees. But that is not currently in our guidelines.
And respectfully, I'd like to say that what the arborist report says, what could go there potentially, but what should not, which they mentioned new trees should not go in. They said shrubs.
But they're saying
I-
on
But
the
in
property.
those, yeah, are they
They're
saying?
not saying in the same place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think that's why
Recommendation is that on the property.
a site plan would be
We
helpful.
need a site plan.
Yeah, I mean, if the rear yard is not appropriate, can the side yard, front yard, yeah.
So the previous owner had to take out a tree in the front yard because there was similar damage. I guess it cost, some extra crazy amount of money with repair of the sewer lines. So then my property actually with the, which I can, if the site plan's not in there, I can easily get that. But the back, my actually free like space on the property to plant something is extremely limited. So if I were to plant, I know you're saying it doesn't have to go in the same spot, but I'm saying if I were to plant anything in that vicinity, it would be on the neighbor's property.
Nice of you.
Google Street View, or not Google, but like the
You
Google.
understand what they're
View.
trying to do, though? They're trying to make sure
Not the
that
street
for a
view.
tree
Go
taken
to
down, a
Google
tree goes up.
For the address.
No, I understand that.
Are you guys trying to find the property?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we unfortunately can't access our end of the portal
Okay.
easily on this computer. Jose is doing a fantastic job trying to help us all out.
He has in general tonight.
Yeah, which one? 592. So.
That's it.
That's the right one?
That's my house, yes. And that tree that's in front, that's closer to like, Burger is the one I guess had to come down with previous owners.
And those trees in that part of the roadway belong to the city anyway? They do on my street.
Yeah. They would likely be in the right of way.
Backyard kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think you can get to it.
But can you just pan up a little bit?
I think you can see the backyard.
Is that your garage?
The red one is not my garage, no, that's the neighbors. And then the gate also belongs to my neighbors and it abuts the back of my house.
Gotcha.
So you currently have one tree in front of your house.
I have one tree in front of my house and then there is this Japanese maple that was planted at some time in the back.
Can I propose, because we're not going to get to a survey or anything here, that we do a subcommittee of the landscape architects?
Can
Be
do
fine
that.
with me.
Yeah.
And get the information to them, she will get the information to them, and they will
Give you an opinion.
give you an opinion.
Okay, that's fine with me. Who do I?
Involve trees being replaced. It's going to be a question of where
Okay, well,
and what type.
that's fine with me. I just, if you just tell me what I need to do next, so that way.
We're trying to make you not come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
That's the purpose. So could I have a motion to that effect to establish a two-person review committee, subcommittee of the landscape architects on the commission?
So moved.
Review what they proposed and come to a conclusion.
So moved.
Yeah. Second,
Second.
on favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None?
You need.
Okay,
We're good.
thanks.
Ladies, the ladies on the other side.
Do we need three people for the subcommittee, just two? Okay.
So then will I hear from you?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the way it'll happen is I'll give them what I have uploaded and I'll give them a maximum. And sometimes, most of the time, I like to say they'll get back to me with, hey, this is sufficient, or we have some additional questions and we need additional documentation. I'll relay that back to you.
Mhm.
Additional documentation is needed. It goes back to them again for a week. Say we have that, we don't hear from them. I would feel like suction meetings and watch, be like, hey, we go back. So sometimes it could be a longer process, but I don't think that's the case this time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry.
Good luck. Thank you.
Note that Chairman Hartke is back.
John passes.
All right, moving on to item number 10, COA 2600405, 141 East Beck. Once you're all settled, you'll raise your right hands, one apiece. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, none but the truth?
Do.
Right. Your name, sir? Your name? Oh,
Larry.
your name?
Larry Folk.
Thank you.
Hi, Heather Goodman.
Hi. Thank you very much. And if y'all could just share the microphone back and forth if you need to talk. Really?
The openings that are currently storm windows and in the commission. Staff has added the commissioner comments from the February 4th hearing, which this design has changed a little since then. The commission should discuss if the insole brick and window openings are taking architectural features to the property and if they need to be retained. Staff recommends continuing the application to allow the applicant to update the design to better adhere to coding guidelines. And even though it's not stated for previous feedback, staff typically considers siding that's 40 years old or older, as well as window openings to be contributing features, but we also want to allow the commission to discuss. So I'm erring on the side of sort of caution. The commission can explain why or why not. And basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11 standards for alteration, as well as City Code 3116 cloud standards for new construction. The German Village guidelines regarding siding.
All right. Anything else to add? All
Happy
right.
to answer any questions.
Great. Questions, comments from the commission?
So why do you want to replace it?
Here, Mark.
Well, I think there's a couple reasons why. So Mark is my contractor, Larry is our architect. I think the brick, the insole brick that's currently there it looks like it's trying to be brick, but it's not brick. And I think that if the goal is to maintain the historic look of the house, that board and batten, which I've looked around and board and batten seems to be well accepted throughout the community, would be, more appealing.
And,
Yeah.
and I would say, so it has holes all in it and it's really in bad shape. It doesn't, it's unsightly. Now, I know that we appreciate and want to respect the historic guidelines. It doesn't have to be board and batten. We could talk about any material that would be appropriate. It needs to be repaired. But I mean, I don't think it's crumbling. So,
Yeah.
right, so
my
like,
concern is removal of the historic material. And if it's beyond maintaining, we need to get a visual on it.
okay, yeah,
Staff needs to take a look at it and decide whether, in my opinion, whether it's salvageable or whether we need to let it go.
that'd be great. And then we're open to replacing it with what's appropriate. It's just,
I'm speaking for myself. I have no problem with the board and that. I'd just be interested if we do say it's okay to demolish this, how you treat the edge conditions where it hits the brick and how you treat the upper porch edge trim, because it's different on each side. Drawings that would indicate that. That's my opinion.
yeah, the intention is for the replacement to be for the real brick to be proud of the replacement. So that
Yep.
always presents itself as the
Yep,
original.
I agree with that.
And you're taking the windows out?
Sorry?
You're getting rid of the windows, the two new windows?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're not original and,
I didn't think so.
yeah, they're not original.
What's underneath them is nothing? There's no
Stairways.
window underneath it because they're storm windows to your.
They're just storm windows.
Yeah.
It's really.
So we'd have to know what you want to replace those with.
Yeah.
Are you not replacing with windows, right? Or are you?
Yeah.
Well, I
think we have that on
would
the
prefer
floor.
not to.
That's what I thought you said.
Yeah, it's the way it reads, the application reads.
Well,
Yeah, no windows.
Fortunately, the windows are
We're not-
historic openings, whether the frames and everything are not,
Are they?
I guess. We can go verify it.
It was a old porch infill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really old, actually.
Which gets you into window choosing from the accepted list.
Yeah. Yes.
And my big question is going to be, if you can go to page 1 of the application. At the top of the insel brick where it meets the porch above, right now, not sure if that's just a wood trim piece applied or if it's the original wood painted. But then if you'll flip over to page number 4. And then zoom into above the door, page 5, sorry. There you go. And zoom in above the door where all those lines.
Like it's missing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a trim piece missing or what, but right now it's exposed wood and that's the original wood support for the porch above, which tooths into the brick. So to me, that's one of the most critical pieces we need to address.
Yep.
So what kind of treatment preservative? Are you going to put a cap over it? How are we going to address that? That's the kind of details that I'd want to see.
Okay.
I'm less concerned with the window openings, and the insel brick, I know we've had it taken off of some properties. We had it kept on some properties, but to Ned's point, what's the condition? I'm not opposed to taking it down, but we just need to know details.
Okay.
And to Ned's point, the connecting where we're meeting the brick, how is that detail going to happen? Caulking and size of boards and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And will you be doing any work to the porches above?
Repairing,
Okay.
They're leaking.
can't walk on them now.
Yeah, that stuff is not in your application right now.
I'm sorry?
No, we're just
Stuff's
gonna,
not in your
we're
application right
gonna
now.
repair it
Okay.
and with the same, like,
You need to
material-
apply for that.
with the same
You need to
materials.
apply for that.
That also requires stay away exterior features.
Would that require a full hearing or is there some of that stuff that staff can approve?
Repair in kind is a staff.
Okay.
If you're looking to change details and change decoration,
No,
that would
so,
come back.
yeah,
But if it's
so
just
just
repair in kind,
Yeah.
Everything would be like for.
Do you want to see the more detail on what the vertical is, the big vertical is, or the big horizontal is?
I just want to see
Side?
what the horizontal ends up being.
Yeah, so you're gonna need to,
It kind of looks like where that conduit goes across there, so somebody pulled the trim off at
Yeah.
some point in time and
Yep.
did that.
You're gonna want to see how you replace it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
We don't want to have happen is that wood beam just starts rotting because it's been exposed to the elements and then all of a sudden you have a structural problem.
Yeah,
It's got a lot of water behind it and you can see where it's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, we came here today so that we could take some action to preserve the property.
Yep.
So if we need to come back, then it's another month of rains or 2 months of rains or et cetera, et cetera. So is there something we can do after, at this meeting? Is there anything that can be approved so we can?
They're gonna,
Something
I think were you guys gonna field check the material?
Staff should go take a look. at it.
Okay, and then,
Because I do believe that that was offered up in our application.
and we're gonna put a detail together on the edge detail of the porch and how I think we did put details on how we were gonna treat it's a brick, did we? The board and batten?
It's just gonna be a piece of trim across the top.
No, but I mean, do we bark like 1x4, 1x2 offset inch or anything like
Oh,
that?
yeah, the trim across the top would be thicker than the battens are.
So do we mark the edge detail though, on the drawings? No?
No, I mean, it's,
Right, so that's what you're asking us, to make sure that
I don't see what the.
that projection is maintained. I get that, so you could always tell it was a porch. Couple other questions. So do you have any other questions about that?
I mean, if they can convince Kimberly that it's like for like, we're okay, right?
Yeah, I'm okay with staff viewing it.
We'll
Yep.
submit
to staff and they'll
some of the staff.
So.
We still have to vote on demolition.
demolition. Yes.
To change.
No.
The details.
Yeah.
Here, now we come back to the commission. And I think the commission wants to see like the state of the pencil brick if we're gonna be replacing it as well as the window opens, which would be a site visit.
Okay, so we're gonna have to come back for the board and bat. Okay, and then, but for the porch, we can work with staff on that, because like for like.
Depending on what you find.
You gotta come back. You might as well do it all at once. We can't, we have to vote on demolition. That's not staff approval. So you might as well put it all together in one package and come back next.
You said demolition.
Demolition.
Of the Ensel.
Ensel brick.
Oh.
And whatever else.
There's nothing else we're demolishing.
2x4s behind it maybe suck.
Right, oh, it could be routed out, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Be guided by Kimberly.
I'm sorry?
Be guided by Miss Kimberly.
Awesome. And then if we were to restore the windows, that process would then be submitted, or how does that work?
So this is a unique situation, because most of the time those openings are filled with actual windows as opposed to storms.
Well, no, I mean on the rest of the house.
Oh.
So it would depend if those are replacements or if those are original windows.
They're original.
No,
No.
not all of them.
If they're original windows, our guidance is maintain and repair.
Yep.
Then if not, if it's beyond repair, we would entertain a replacement with the approved.
So
sheet.
defining beyond repair is tricky. Do not do it on your own.
Oh, no.
Enlist Miss Kimberly.
Yeah. It's gonna come out for a site visit for the siding.
Do it all.
Yeah, do it all at once.
There are some original, it's not a top, like, 95% of the windows are replacements. It's like, if a window is still remaining, that is it a significant architectural feature? Like, and some of the houses in Victoria, they have large picture windows in front, like the big windows. And we tell people retain those, those are difficult to replace, it's difficult to get portions correct. Oftentimes they were under porches, so they were protected from the rest of the house.
Yep, makes sense. Okay, so how do we
schedule a field visit?
I'll be in contact, I'll have to take a look at these. As well as another member of staff goes out and shares out, but I'll coordinate schedules in the office and then I'll reach out to you a couple times. And then we'll kind of go back and forth until we find a time that works. So typically it's just something works out an option for providing.
Yep.
So you also be doing the windows then at the same time?
I think so, especially if they're going to
Replace.
let's not go other points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that will involve things like facade, elevations that show which are new and which are you're going to replace versus restore.
Yeah, and to be clear, we are not asking to replace any windows at this point, except for the ones that are storm windows,
No windows.
that have no windows in them, that are just related to this. But if you're coming out for a visit, you might as well take a look around.
Look all at once, get it out of the way for you, in case you want to
That'd be
pay for
awesome.
it.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Would you like us to continue?
I have a question. Would we be meet you out there for this, or you do it yourself?
Oh, no. Somebody.
Yeah, well, it's kind of,
We do not do like solo site visit.
Hi, I'm here.
Applicant, somebody,
And so at that site visit, the focus will be on the insel brick
and the windows.
and the windows, but mostly the insel brick and anything around it
Stuff.
to determine whether or not it can be replaced
They,
with board and bat.
staff will give their recommendation to the commission, and then next month, we'll look at it, take a ruling on it, and give you action. Okay.
Well, we'll hope for lots of sunshine.
Did this happen by the 10th?
The 10th of what month?
Application deadline.
Yeah, because then otherwise
My
it's
email, it
it's a
said
few months.
we could put additional materials like next week or something,
So
next meeting.
if we're continued, which it sounds like we're going to be doing, you've got a week from today to submit additional materials. The site visit is not included in that additional materials. We have a little bit more leeway with that because it's dependent on staff schedule. So if we know that we're going to get a site visit in, I like to try to do it before the business meeting. That doesn't always happen with your schedule and with my schedule. So we're going to do our best. And if it doesn't happen before the business meeting, the commission is generally understanding because it will happen before the hearing.
But it also means that, do we know what information
We do.
clearly we need to submit by the 10th?
Yes. it's
With or
the
without the site
details of
visit.
how the board, we have to assume that that's going to be allowed to replace it.
Yes.
So we need to submit the exact details on how those connections are with the brick
Okay,
and how that trim is going to be replaced at the porch,
okay,
specifically called out on a drawing.
yeah, great.
And if you're going to replace, if you're looking to replace the storms, identify what those products are. Have that for next month as well.
Either or, right? Replace or.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Cool.
Thanks.
All right. Is there a motion to continue?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2600405, 141 East Beck Street, I move to continue.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you.
Buck.
Item 11, COA 2600425, 577 Cedar Alley.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
You both, once you're settled, you'll raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And your name?
Jamie Rupp.
Thank you.
Adam Hicks.
Thank you much.
Right, this application is to install a standing seam metal roof and weathered zinc color on the main house sloped roofs, tear off the EPDM down to the roof deck for the entire flat roof, black rubber to be replaced with a charcoal membrane, install custom-made curbs and stack flashings around all pipes, curbs, and penetrations, install slip metal counter flashing detail around all curbs, install new two-piece 24 gauge metal compression edge detail around the perimeter edges of the flat roof, remove and replace detached garage roof and replace with 3 colors of 12-inch width, 20-inch length Vermont slate with cut corners, install new copper drip edge and copper ridge roll at the peak of the new slate roof, install 2 styles of snow guards on the copper the copper snow guards in 3 rows on the garage and aluminum in staggered row on the house, standing seam eaves except above the flat roof. Install copper half-round gutters and downspouts on the house and garage. And I do think I missed a couple details which are allow the applicant to clarify. We had a little bit of back and forth with fine tuning this. And I'm hoping everything saved correctly, but I suspect something didn't. The applicant clarified that they want to replace both the roofing levels with a new standing seam metal. They're advocating to use a tubular snow guard system, not the traditional fan shapes. The gutter and downspouts would all be replaced with half-round copper gutters and round downspouts. The metal roofing is supported on the addition as it's currently installed there. The commission should discuss if a single slate color or the use of 3 colored slates is appropriate on the garage. HPO staff does not find the snow guards to be a historic feature of the house or garage, and the commission has previously approved these features under COA 2500195. So HPO staff would recommend the snow guards be reduced in number if they're being added to be consistent with that previous approval. Staff recommends approval of the application with the condition that appropriate shingles from the approved shingles list are being used on the house. Reduction in the amount of snow guards, updated drawing to be submitted to HPO staff prior to issuance of a certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, as well as the German Village guidelines on roofs, gutters, and downspouts.
Great. Anything else to add?
No, you've covered it, but we can clarify.
Sure. All right. Questions, comments from the commission?
So the snow guards that are on bars is just going in the metal roofs?
It would be only on the standing seam, both sides.
Yeah, okay.
And only looking to do it now because this past winter was tragic in terms of some of the stuff sliding off and damaging either plant life or people walking
I
by.
get that. So I get it on the slate roof in the garage too, but are you going to use snowbirds on the slate roof?
So here's what we want to do on the garage, which would be slate. First off, we try to
Yeah.
get slate on both,
Yeah.
all of it, but that roof will not support slate. And so
Okay.
we could do composite, but that seemed kind of fake and not the right thing to do since we have slate on the other property now. But this is like the mulane, the bronze type, which is low profile and tasteful.
Yeah.
We could go to just 2 rows, still, you know.
I don't know what the precedent set. I don't think there is any precedent. It's what the slope of the roof and what you need to do with that and what the coverage is based on that manufacturer's recommendation.
Yeah, I'd like probably say 3 rows.
Right, the manufacturer, I included a layout in one of the late submissions, and Moulin recommends 3 rows of thieves, 3 staggered rows.
And typically it is 3 staggered rows. Okay.
What we had, if it's the application I'm thinking of, the reduction that we did was, this was the sloped, the eave was facing the street.
Yes.
And so it was minimizing the impact of the snow guards from the street perspective. So the top row, one was held back. So it wasn't all the way out to the edge of the roof.
Correct.
Where at 630 Mohawk has got snowbirds on it.
Yeah.
And there are 3 rows and they're staggered.
Yeah.
And the point here is back in the day, they didn't need snow guards because the damn houses leak so much heat, the roof melts off. They're so insulated now, the snow piles up and they need snow guards no matter what.
And this past winter, it didn't matter if you had hot roofs or not, everything froze regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause some people new gutters and new downspouts on.
So this is the other option that's presented for the standing seam, but I think they're pretty loud and, you know.
And less effective.
Yes.
And you'd be staggering these and it'd be pretty loud on that roof, which if we could just do single, you know, double tube design, I think in the same type of aluminum, I think would be very kind of, I don't know, low profile and less
I've got a cut sheet for that.
obnoxious.
How,
There's something in there that speaks to it. That's the idea.
Yeah.
It kind of blends in. You don't really notice it on an actual example. If we look at I don't know that we submitted somebody else's roof style with that, but they exist online.
have we done the piped version?
But we haven't,
Never done that.
nobody with a standing seam roof has come in with it.
Yeah, you don't see people with these snow guards on their roofs. So it's just kind of
The pipe typically is on a pre-engineered metal building that comes with those, but this is
Yeah.
the same application. The other thing is they're glued between the panels and they just don't hold up. It's usually a plastic or vinyl that's glued to the standing seam roof panel. They bust off all of them. This is the best. The pipe.
The pipe's really consistent with churches and, you know, institutional buildings. You'll see a 3-rail usually that are about, you know, 2 feet tall.
K-12
So
schools.
this is yeah.
And we want to just do a single rail, it'd be double bar. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How far up the roof would this thing sit?
You know, 18 to 24 inches. I'll double check the spec.
In terms of off the edge.
Yeah. And the roof height is not so much that it needs a double rail or anything.
Yeah.
So one will be sufficient.
Okay.
Color, in terms of what we're looking to do for the standing seam material, is this weathered zinc, which kind of, I don't know if it mimics historical precedent, but it has a more natural vibe than a painted aluminum.
We've had red, we've had black, we've had gavilan.
Yeah.
Gavilan.
I can show you.
Yeah, I like it. It's fine.
Yeah.
That looks nice.
It's a better quality finish than we see.
Question for the commission.
Yeah.
Metal roof on the principal structure, slate roof on the garage. Is that,
Weird.
is that in violation of
fine.
our approach?
The garage goes with the principal house on deck.
Does not. There's a second garage.
Is there a
next
second
to it.
garage? Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's a separate unit.
Typically, the accessory structures, the garages, outbuilding
You're seeing it to the left.
would be
yeah.
subservient. We understand that you can't put slate on the main house because of
Yeah.
weights.
Well, and I'm perfectly fine with that guidance if you're telling me that we should do standing seam on the garage if we do on the other.
Makes sense.
I'm kind of the opinion of it should be equal or less. I feel
Yeah.
like
Yep.
slate on the, I love slate, don't get me wrong. I would put it everywhere if I could, but
You guys, don't you guys do the composite ones successfully?
we've done EcoStar composite slates.
Have you looked at those?
3 or 4 times.
Yeah, we did.
And?
It's just that it's going to sit right next to a natural slate product, which is our back half of our property.
Yeah.
This
It
is,
doesn't-
this serves as my office, this part of the property.
It doesn't look like it belongs?
They just don't look,
Okay.
Right, and they don't weather the same at all. So that's.
yeah.
I just thought German Village had good results, but we heard.
It looks great if it's the roof and it stays the roof, but I think to their point, you're gonna have that against a natural slate right there in the same picture. It might look good, it might look terrible. I've never seen them side by side.
I'm gonna go look for a metal roof.
So what we're trying to do is to keep slate and slate
Understand.
side by side, but to your point, it's not,
But I think you're right about the hierarchy.
Yeah.
Right, and I want to have some questions just to make sure we're
Yes.
not going to land us in trouble later. Now, my memory has been awful. So is this house historic?
This house is historic. A few years ago, they tore it down to the studs, re-sided everything, put a new roof on it. They tore down like a greenhouse off the back and added the flat roof back there and then built this garage.
Okay, and with that house being historic, are we okay removing the asphalt shingle roof and replacing it with metal? Because I'm just thinking if other people come in going, I want to take off my asphalt shingle roof and put the metal roof on, if that's going to create any issues down the road.
We have allowed it.
Okay,
The precedent is to allow it.
okay. Just making sure that, somebody's not going to come back and
They
it's,
will.
yeah, they will, but we'll allow it because we've got the precedent. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So are you good with the metal roof on the garage?
my wife's probably not good with it, but
Okay.
One suggestion, I don't know if this would be, the principal white building, and then there's an addition behind it in between then the next building.
you mean the lower level?
Yeah, were they, like, historically, were they were not built at the same time, were they? Yeah, because that actually would be a separation if you did put the faux slate on the front building.
Oh, on the lower level?
No, if you put it on the principal
Oh,
structure.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's not, it can't.
No, the
carry
composite,
Oh,
isn't it
composite,
the
okay.
EcoStar? It's lighter weight, I believe.
Yep,
Yeah.
much,
weight, I believe.
yep,
Yeah.
much.
Or another potential synthetic product, not to
Yeah.
just entertain one.
Right.
For the accepted composite is.
Are you
I mean,
gonna
I
do it?
honestly wasn't sure that the sheathing and all the wood timber in there was actually going to be supportive of even the EcoStar system or not.
Yep.
Um,
Varying the threshold
it-
of metal is.
I mean, it's an original timber home in terms of underneath all of this skin. It's very much the 1880 home.
And I believe, if memory serves, they had looked at slate on that property and went with
So it
asphalt.
did go through the commission. You remember it?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the old Penzone renovation house.
Yeah.
Oh, that's in the back of the Penzone house?
Yeah, they owned both.
Okay. Got it.
For
Fantastic
They
site.
did.
Site plan is, fantastic site plan.
Yeah.
all right, so where we stand, we're not in favor of metal primary slate garage.
Right.
You're looking for metal both or some other combination.
I guess we'll take metal both if that's an option for us. And you're saying that if EcoStar becomes something that we may decide we want to do, you'd permit that on the main house?
We've approved that on main houses, yes.
With staff approval of the choice.
Yep.
Okay.
So.
In terms of the rubber roof, only because we're trying to do a comprehensive job and do something that was going to also be as lasting as the roofing system. There's a rubber roof on there that was only 5 years old, to your point earlier. Does it need to be replaced? No, not today. And it probably would, though, in probably another 15 years or so. But the materials I have here are probably, 30-year or more type materials. If we wanted to do something that was more of a charcoal gray and not the black, which are options for us to take. I don't know where you guys lean on this type of thing, if it matters to you. These are the materials. This is like the new fangled stuff that's used now. It's called membrane. This is another membrane product, but this is like 25-year product and this is like 40-year product. I don't care for the shine of this, but I think it'll probably dull over time.
I don't think many people are going to even see that from
No.
any angle, so.
Okay.
Do we have a list of accepted? I don't know.
We don't have a list of accepted, like
Just for-
the flat roof. like,
Yeah. We've
Just
done,
as
we've done plain rubber, we've done EPDM,
TPO.
TPO, we've had Tinner's red colors on
What
some,
was the one that looked like, it was a rolled roof that looked like a standing seam.
that's the
We
one,
did that on,
2 doors down from Lindy's
down.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah,
test case, was
test case.
yeah.
But those colors, I
Okay.
don't think we have an issue with it.
Okay, great.
My only question was, I remember seeing something about the black roof. I don't see it now on the agenda, something about a parapet or something like that.
Oh,
That was,
it was boilerplate information.
Okay.
from the-
it got copied the wrong place. Yeah.
I feel like you need to see all the final materials and make sure the colors
Mhm.
choices work.
I mean, we'll take a COA for standing seam, but we may come back to you, say we actually changed our mind on the upper house.
Saying whatever you choose, she has to see it all.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, COA, and I don't have a number.
COA 26004.
0425, 570 Cedar Alley. I move to approve, as amended by the applicant, that the garage will be a standing seam roof, same type as what's been approved for the house.
With the
With the bar,
tubular,
yeah, with the tube thing,
Snow guard.
snow guards.
Kimberly, if you get that material and you don't feel comfortable with the double bars, let us know. We'll take a look at it.
okay. So we'll need the
that.
updated
But I
drawing of where
think-
those are.
Material is good to staff for final approval.
It was a single bar.
Single bar, yeah. She's not comfortable with it.
It's a double bar, but it's stacked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's my question then, Anthony.
Yes.
What is going to be her criticism for, what's going to be her criteria for not accepting what they submit.
Color.
It's raw aluminum.
If it comes back and it's larger than expected,
Then we need to decide that
okay,
now.
okay. What is the manufacturer?
Alpine.
Alpine? You got it. It's a good call.
I think you're asking her to do something that's not in her pay range of deciding whether the snow guard is too big or too little. That's us.
I mean, if you want to make that decision, it's easier for me.
They all look good.
I mean, at this point in the night, everything looks fantastic.
Come on up. We just do that to scare people. Oh, yeah.
ASG 4025 or yeah, ASG 4025?
G 4025.
Okay.
Yeah, that's super.
So does it give a height?
It does not give
It
a
shows
height, but
shows you
in proximity to the rest of the
rest of the
room.
roof, yeah.
Yeah, that seems fine.
4 inches long by 1.5 inches wide by 5.25 inches height overall. There you go. 1 inch outside diameter pipe tubing. Yep.
Great.
Cool.
If you want it back.
And I retract my condition.
So we're good with everything.
Yes. Metal roofs. Are we good? And good with the copper?
We upon
gutters?
every other,
Yep.
Yep.
every other theme. We put-
Yeah, and then at the ends, you double.
All right, is there, we have a motion?
Second.
Yeah, second. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
I.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 12, COA 2500474, 758 Mohawk Street.
Finally.
Once you're both settled, if you'll raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth.
I do.
And your name?
Tracy Johnson.
You.
Brian Hayes.
Right, this application is to remove interior wood plank flooring and floor joist, replacing it with a concrete slab, remove the existing metal roof and replace with the membrane roofing system. The existing vinyl siding is to be removed and replaced with wood siding and wood trim. The existing wood swing garage doors are to have the vinyl siding removed, exposing the original beadboards. The doors will be restored and reinforced with new hinges and hardware. Portions of the existing roof joists, wall studs, and sheathings will be replaced as required. Repair the existing concrete driveway and rear brick patio area. The garage siding, trim doors, and flashings would be painted to match, which would be the rock garden, a Sherwin-Williams color. Remove and reinstall a section of 3-foot-high metal fence for access. This application was last reviewed conceptually at the June 4th, 2025 hearing, which I've included the commissioner comments for. The applicant has updated the proposed garage design based on the hearing feedback from that meeting. Staff recommends approval of the application with the condition that an appropriate light fixture is installed on the garage with the cutter product sheet to be provided to staff prior to issuance of a certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, as well as the German Village guidelines on siding.
All right, anything else to add?
No.
Questions, comments from the commission?
So there's an existing man door back there right now.
No.
Okay, so you're adding that.
Yes.
There's not enough room to go between the house and two.
Yeah, furniture. So I'm just,
Yeah.
precedent for a two-panel aluminum door is my question. Typically, that is not what we would approve.
What kind of door would you like to see there?
Fiberglass. That's acceptable.
Okay.
You're fine with a 2-panel still?
Well, no, that's a good point. Thank you. Typically, it's 4-panel. But this is.
A garage structure.
It's a garage structure, number one. Number two, it is a bungalow.
Oh, that's right.
So I'm not sure a 2-panel is not appropriate.
Yeah,
You're not sure a 2-panel is not appropriate.
So I'm saying up 2 panel may be appropriate.
Yeah. I was getting there to work through it. It's
Right.
It's
That's all right. I'm just raising, I have no problem with the 2 panel as long as it's the right material.
I have two questions, one for the commission. This light fixture, we haven't seen this type of light fixture before. Are we okay with this fixture?
It's not consistent with what we
Nope.
typically approve.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would say no.
Typically, we see like a simple gooseneck utilitarian fixture.
We came in with a gooseneck fixture before and I don't believe the panel liked it. So we changed it.
no.
Our gooseneck got shot down here, I feel like. So that's why we went with something very,
Was it a weird gooseneck?
no, it was normal gooseneck and everybody was like, gooseneck.
Too
So
large.
we took the gooseneck out and we put a very utilitarian light fixture. And it is the one we have the cut sheet for is much smaller than the one on the elevation there.
Yeah.
But we could,
That's much more of an industrial light pack.
it is, it gets the job done. But, we're open to another fixture.
Back to gooseneck?
We could go back to the gooseneck if,
Yeah, if we told you not to do that, we apologize. That's
Yeah, my God, that's
standard
really weird.
guidance.
yeah, there was a gooseneck on it and yeah, no one liked the gooseneck, but
Don't remember that.
I feel the
It must-
strong need that Kimberly needs to see it to make sure it's not some weird gooseneck.
Yeah.
It must have been like pink or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, was the last design a little bit, or the last proposal have a little bit of a different design?
Yeah.
Where maybe the
Well-
gooseneck didn't go with the
Yeah,
design?
the last one was a new structure
Yeah.
and we are saving what we have.
And that's appreciated.
So we're tearing off the vinyl siding. We wanna save this piece. We want good stewards, so.
Yeah, great. I agree. Thank you.
My other question I have is, are you planning on putting any gutter on the rear to catch rainwater runoff?
It does not have one now.
Okay.
So we are not proposing that we put one on.
Code will require it.
Okay.
My,
Your roof's too big not to have one.
And then we'll run into that when we get a building permit, or is that,
Well, let's put it this way, probably a half-round gutter would be appropriate, and that's probably what we should add to your application.
would it be half round? It's a flat back.
Oh, well, it could be either, actually.
Typically, you need to have your,
Yeah, you do half round at a plum.
Yeah,
so we do a box gutter back there.
yeah. Or K.
K style, yeah, not
You
box.
do any of
OG?
OG, K style.
K-style, which is more cost-effective than half-round?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
From my perspective, as the owner, water you're running back, that thing is going to rot out the back of the shed. So put the gutter there and call it a day.
Excellent.
Just put it in.
Okay. Any motions?
Mr. Chairman, COA 2500474-758 Mohawk Street, I move to approve as amended by the applicant that there will be a K-style OG gutter on the back with downspout, or downspouts. The light fixture will be a gooseneck type light fixture out the front, replacing the light pack and the,
There's 2 light packs. There's one above the door too.
oh, and the light pack. Okay, and one above the door in the back, thank you. And the door material will be a fiberglass door.
Second.
All materials to staff prior to approval. All right, any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
I,
Against? Ayes have it. And for reference, I did pull up your pre-application. The goosenecks were on the side of the garage doors and the side of the band door. One top center, and that's what we asked for. It's the positioning, not the fixture.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
How long have you guys been here?
We got here at 4.
Oh, good.
Ooh.
thank you.
Thank you for waiting.
We're all here together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
45. Thank you very much.
Item number 13, COA 2600439, 40 Stewart Avenue.
Report of it.
The chimney folks.
Gooseberry District.
Oh, really?
Once you're settled, if you'll raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth?
Yes.
All right, your name?
Jocelyn Krosky.
Thank you.
Shauna Foley.
Thank you. Thank you much.
All right, this application is to restore and rebuild 3 existing chimneys, including add new chimney caps to all the chimneys per the submitted documentation. Restoration work to include removal of the existing tar sealant, replacement of the deteriorated spalled bricks to match the existing, tuck pointing and cleaning of the chimney walls, removing and replacing chimney cap and base flashing. The proposed chimney cap is similar to those on numerous residential properties in the area. Are similar ones appropriate for these larger chimneys? The commission should discuss. Staff recommends approval of the application with any and all clarifications submitted to staff for review prior to issuance of a certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration.
All right. Anything else to add?
No.
Questions, comments from the commission?
So are all the chimneys functioning?
One is, and the other 2 are not. They're closed off on the top.
Okay, and what, so you show a chimney cap that is a functioning chimney cap. Is that going on all 3 or just the one that's functioning
All 3 will have new chimney caps.
like that?
Yes. To provide consistency.
Okay, so currently what's the cap on the ones that are non-functional?
Well, one of them is, you could go to, I think there's a page that has all 3 of them. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So, the northwest chimney right now is open and.
Which is the northwest chimney?
It's the one at the very back.
Okay, gotcha.
So we're gonna sort of explain it with all 3 here. So the
Okay.
northwest chimney is open and it just has stone caps. And that is the chimney that's actually being mostly rebuilt because it's been open, it's deteriorating, right?
And it's the functioning one?
No, the functioning one is actually the one that's called southeast chimney with
Okay,
the
okay.
current
Oh, with
metal
the
cap.
actual cap.
Yeah, and then the southwest chimney has a cap that's solid. And that is like rusted and,
It's metal.
yeah, it's metal, but it's like chipped paint, it's rusted.
Do you actually have extra bricks? I mean, did you guys find a bunch of bricks to be able to replace these?
They intend to use as much as they can.
Okay,
Mhm.
but you don't have a little storehouse of,
No.
okay, I was hoping.
Basement full of bricks.
I remember
Like
when
a-
this came before the German Village and the Brewery District Commission together when it first had, when they
Yes.
did this restoration, a renovation. It was a great project.
Oh, yeah, years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, 100 years ago.
I have a couple questions. So southeast chimney. If you can go to the zoom in photo of the southeast chimney. That one. Yep. Nope, one forward. Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, in the bottom left picture there. If you can zoom in on that. Oop, shooting my pen cap. Looks like a lot of deterioration that all, and you're notating all that brick being replaced. I'm just concerned about how are you going to support the upper section, replacing basically 2 whole sides of the chimney?
Yeah, so we have actually had extensive conversation with the contractor about this. And they have kind of described step by step what they plan to do. So what they're going to do is they're going to install a lintel at the base of the area that's going to remain in place. They're going to brace that lintel to a scaffold. And then they're going to remove 1 row of brick at a time. So they'll remove a row, install that row of new brick back in place, allow the mortar to cure, and then remove the next row, and so on until they get back up to that.
And in between that, start adding the flashing and.
Okay. From the public way, these caps, obviously they're only 10 inches tall. Do we know what the height of the current chimney cap there is? 10 inches or more, I'm assuming?
No,
Okay,
we don't have like existing drawings of it.
okay.
we weren't able to get up there.
Got it. Yeah, I'm assuming just from visually looking at the size of the bricks and the size of the cap, that it's got at least 10 inches, if not taller. So what's going in is going to be no taller, it'll be a little wider, but I think the visual impact will be minimal from the street, from my perspective. Are any of these little small limestone sills at the insets being replaced with any bricks?
No, that is not the intent.
Okay. And the last note, if you go zoom out a little bit on this page, top left picture, if for some reason you find out that you're replacing a whole bunch of stuff, on this side, there's no inset. On the opposite chimney, is there an inset on the other side of that chimney? It's a one-off condition, not having inset there?
I believe that's the case. Yeah, if you look at the elevations, we have more photos than this that I was able to reference when I drew them, so it
Sure.
does show.
Southeast.
Yeah, so the southeast chimney is the only one that has a face that doesn't have that inset.
Because the southwest chimney has double insets on the short side, and that one only has a single inset. So it is a different chimney. I want to make sure that if there's any precedence, was there's rebuilt at some point in time, is there an opportunity to put that back if the deterioration repairs come to the point of having to attack that side of the chimney? I don't think you will, but something to consider if you get to that point, that putting back a historic detail if it existed.
How do we know it existed?
That's the question. Do we have any evidence?
Yeah,
I don't think we do. So
I think we're good.
then we're good. Cool.
Right. You ready?
I'm ready.
Everybody ready? Yeah. COA 2600439, 40 Stewart Avenue. I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? We'll make a note to make sure we're using the proper mortar type of the old school lime-based mortar. All right, we got second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 14, which is
You guys for a good app.
COA 2600370, 883 South Fifth Street.
Ooh, have you been here since 4?
I have not been here before.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I absolutely do.
This is a conceptual application.
Right, this application is to remove the existing box gutters and metal fascia wrap, install new fascia and extend the slate roof to the new roof line, install period correct half-round gutters. All colors will match or be similar to the existing home colors. HBO staff requested the applicant submit any historical photos with the property having half-round gutters, as it was unlikely the commission would support the changing gutter style. Box gutters are a character-defining feature of Italian house design. The applicant has confirmed that the half-round gutters were not original to the house. The existing box gutters need rebuilt, and the half-rounds would better perform as would perform as well as have a lower life cycle maintenance. Removal of the metal wrap over the fascia is included in the work. HBO staff does not support the removal of the box gutters based on City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, and the German Village guidelines regarding roofs, gutters, and downspouts. Since this is conceptual, commissioners should offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine the proposal for review at a future meeting. No action taken. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, specifically 2 through 6, as well as 9 through 12, and the German Village guidelines regarding roofs, gutters, and downspouts.
All right, anything else to add?
Yes, sir. My name is Dave Bauer. I'm a retired naval officer, and I now own a general construction and roofing company. My business is to help my customers. This particular customer has a historic home, but it has box gutters on it which have failed. It was covered in rubber at one point, and that rubber has now failed. On the lower side of these box gutters, it's already wrapped in metal, which is not period specific. Our proposal is to remove the box gutters, remove the incorrect metal wrap, and all the rotted woods there and replace it with a period correct half-round gutters. The homes to the north and the south of it also have half-round gutters, so it will not look out of place. While I did not give staff some other pictures, I do have some other pictures of another project we did in the nearby area where we removed the box gutters and installed K-style gutters. Obviously not what we're going to do here, or would like to do here, but we installed K-style gutters, and when we were done, you could not tell the difference. It maintains the way we do it, maintains the period look, and I think would not detract on this home. We've already put that copper roof over the porch there as a sign of the quality of work that we do. And ultimately, we would like to, once we complete something with the gutters up here, we would like to go ahead and complete a restoration of the rest of the front of the house, or all sides of the house, to bring the house up to a new look.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Well, not for getting rid of the box gutters, but if there is an alternative means and methods of constructing something that duplicates it, but it's better, you'd have to show it to us.
When you say duplicates it, what do you mean by that?
You said that you could do an OG gutter that would look exactly like this. You'd have to show us drawings that indicated how that would.
Yeah, I've got some papers printed, but if you'd like, we could continue. I could, send staff some pictures so they could be displayed.
You can give us the pictures here right now if you'd like to. That's fine.
Got two
We can
copies
share.
here.
We can share.
Have you seen these?
I have not.
Yes.
Let's give them to her too.
Yeah, we generally keep a set for staff.
So this is these pictures are of a home just outside the historic district that we did earlier this year. The first picture is the before. The second picture is the after. You can see that even with K-style gutters, it maintains the same look. And we're talking about half round, so obviously you're going to get a little bit different look. But all the other key features are retained.
It's the top trim.
We use
Do we have any precedent for this?
HBO staff does not support the removal of gutters and replacing them with a
You
different
can
type of
answer my
gutters.
question. Yes.
Not that I know of. I know we've had gutters removed in historic districts and multiple historic districts and changed whether from stop gutters or the box gutters, which seem to be ones that people don't like keeping, and replaced with different, like the
Yeah.
OG or the half rounds, and they've had to put them back to the original condition.
There've been ones removed with
Yeah.
our approval.
I know that.
Yeah.
And did this go before the Historic Resources Commission?
I'm sorry, say again?
Did this go before the Historic Resources Commission to get permission? Do you know if you got approval on this?
Where is that property?
That one's just south of German Village down in
Marion?
just past Nursery Lane.
Yeah. All right. My concern on this particular house is with the rubber that's been covering the original box gutters. If you've never, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, but as you know, box gutter repair is kind of a unicorn trade right now. There's only so many people in the city who can do it. One of them is a very, very expensive company, and then there are other smaller guys who can do it. But this particular home, because it has the metal wrap underneath what used to be the crown molding, we're concerned that once we start getting into it, we're going to have to replace all of it. Which is where we got the idea of going to a half round, because if we're going to have to cut all that out, then let's just go ahead and repair it properly and put the half round gutters on. It'd be a lot better, because we know we've got rotted wood up underneath because the half round downspouts go through, or the box gutter downspouts go through the soffit. We know we got problems in there. So it's just it was not an inexpensive solution, but it was a more economical solution and a long-term better performing solution.
I would not be in support of removing the box gutters to be replaced with a half round. There's a architectural significance to these that should be preserved if it means rebuilding it with materials that are not going to rot over time and it gets splashed appropriately. Yeah, so be it.
Second that.
I third it as much as it pains me. I just had my porch roof soffit just collapsed out
Yep.
because of leaks over time. And I got to go deal with that and rebuild that.
Okay. Yeah.
My main concern of the application of what you guys did, good quality, the detail of the edge,
Yeah.
Almost, but
The
not.
profile's gone.
Almost.
the little detail profile is
The crown molding is gone on that one there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is why we put a case style on that one, because it kind of resembles a crown molding.
Yeah.
I would say that what's on this property, if you flip through the photos to see the underside of the soffit, I believe it has a metal soffit. I guess hollow, maybe.
Metal wrap.
Yeah, it's got a green metal wrap under it right now.
Yeah. I mean, we would probably be okay with some selective demolition of that metal wrap to see what the true condition is, because not seeing it is speculation. Is it rotted? Probably parts of it are. But replacing all that, no problem. I don't think we have a problem with. But I don't see. Yeah, going to a half round is a major change to the character. of
Did
that
we
roof line.
approve the copper roof?
I don't remember approving a copper roof. I'm not saying we haven't.
Well, it was originally copper. We just cleaned it up and put a new
So
metal on
it's
it.
the original roof?
Pardon me?
It's the original roof?
No, it's new copper. The original copper was gone. It had been coated with asphalt and it was just gone. It
I
wasn't,
firmly believe in the need to do it, but you know that exterior renovations or changes, you got to come to the commission, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You do know that for exterior changes, you have to come to the commission within the district, right?
I do now.
Okay, good.
We didn't consider it a change. We considered it a repair.
At least call Kimberly and ask her.
Repairs still require a approval.
Yeah. Even if it's like for like, just knowing that the work is being done is still within
Okay.
guidelines.
I apologize for
That's
that.
okay.
So if you could please put in an application for that, we would all appreciate it.
We can do that.
So I think you hear kind of where the commission stands on it. Any questions? Anything else we can provide for you?
No, I'm good. The homeowner was prepared for this. Just for your own background, it's about twice as expensive to do this and about twice as long. And we're going to use a lot of oak to repair it. That's all I have. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to speak to you when you're done, if we could.
We've got to finish up the meeting. I do have at least one update for you, for the commission.
Yeah.
As it stands, and
Okay.
I'll be around for questions.
Okay, I'll just catch you on the email.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
for coming in. All right, that is it for my agenda.
Baptism by fire, you guys.
Didn't we?
Yeah, so one item of new business. We have a BOCA meeting coming up on Friday, oh good God, June 12th? It's next Friday. It is a German Village Commission application that is appealing to the board of, oh, good God. Any ability to string thoughts apparently is just going out my mind, but it's to Boca. It is the lead window application.
Which
at-
one?
The lead window application.
Okay, gotcha.
I have been kind of a chicken without my head in terms of trying to get ready for Boca as well as this hearing. So typically what we would do is we'd reach out to the chair and vice chair to see if if either of them would want to attend the Boca hearing and kind of represent the German Village Commission. I believe, Anthony, you've done it before. It's somewhat minimal of possibly answering questions. It has been a little while since I've attended a Boca hearing. But based on a comment a couple months ago about being a little bit more up to date on when the Boca hearings were occurring, I wanted to pass it along to everybody.
Yeah. What date is it?
It is next Friday, which let me, I'm gonna say, I want to say the 12th, but I want to say a lot of things about dates.
Yeah, it's the 12th.
Okay,
What time?
yeah, and it's at 1 PM. I will send an email
Yes,
tomorrow.
It was
I should be able to attend it,
Okay,
barring some unforeseen conditions. Okay.
all right. And that was all I had for new business, no old business.
All righty. And then if there's nothing else, is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Too bad.